So is it mute?
If you press
Un, deux, trois.
Connection is unstable.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Bailiff, are you hearing me?
Yes, my lady.
Can you open the court, please?
This honorable court will now resume in its special sitting. By command of this court, God save the Commonwealth of Dominica and this honorable court.
Good morning, everyone. Please do forgive me. I will start off before I establish the protocol list and before I welcome everyone to this very sad occasion. Please excuse me if I'm very slow. I came out of hospital this morning after 2 just so that I could be here. I'm not doing very well. Our protocol list will be as follows, and I would appreciate it if persons just accept the protocol list as established. The Right Honorable Sir Dennis Baron, previous Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court and President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, His Lordship, Justice of Appeal, Justice Davidson K. Baptiste, who will be joining us after the Court of Appeal adjourns, Ms. Margaret Price Findlay, Justice of Appeal Acting, who will join us after the Court of Appeal adjourns, Honorable Justice Emmy Bernie Stevenson, Senior Resident Judge Dominica, Honorable Justice Wynant Adrian Roberts, Resident Judge of Dominica, Honorable Justice Katie St. Rose Albertini, Honorable Justice Victoria Charles Clark, Honorable Justice Ian Morley QC, who will join after 11, His Lordship Honorable Justice Ralston Glasgow, Her Ladyship Honorable Justice Anne-Marie Smith, Honorable Justice Sean Innocent, Honorable Justice Vivian Georges Taylor, I see her present. Chief Registrar, Court Administrator, Deputy Court Administrator, Master Ricardo Sancroft, Master Tamara Gill, Mr. Levi A. Peter, Honorable Attorney General, Mrs. Heather Felix Evans, President of the Dominica Bar Association, Mr. Ruggles Ferguson, President of the Organization of the Commonwealth Caribbean Bar Associations, OKBA, Thaddeus M. Antwine, President of the OECS Bar Association, Renee St. Rose, President of the St. Lucia Bar Association, Ms. Evelina E. M. Baptist, Director of Public Prosecutions, Dominica, Ms. Tamika Burton, Solicitor General, Dominica, Ms. Joan Commodore, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs, Dominica, Mrs. Candia Carrot George, Chief Magistrate, Dominica, Mr. Rees Etienne, Registrar of the High Court, Acting, Dominica, Ms. Nuraya Sebastian, Deputy Registrar, Acting, Dominica, Ms. Athline Nesty, Registrar, Companies and Intellectual Property, Mrs. Vincia Ogis Francois, Registrar of Title, all former Attorneys General, all former registrars of the High Court of Dominica, former magistrates of the Commonwealth of Dominica across the Caribbean, attorneys at law from all over the region and in the diaspora, particularly attorneys at law who were part of the class of 1985 and 1988, family of Mr. Michael Bruni, staff of the Office of Bruni Law Chambers, staff of the Office of Dupini, Bruni and Associates, and members of the media. Welcome. We will, without further ado, call on our first speaker, Mr. Levi A. Peter, the Honorable Attorney General. Mr. Peter.
Thank you, Your Ladyship. Your Ladyship have an established protocol. May it please Your Ladyships. It was with a deep sense of shock and disbelief that I received the news of Mikey's untimely passing. There was something about Mikey, a certain sense of permanence, a sense that he would always be here. It was not anything specifically said or done. It was just an unspoken, unthought about sense. I cannot quite put my finger on it, but looking back, perhaps it was simply the strength of his personality and that inability to pigeonhole him. Mikey was at one and the same time professional, erudite, serious, hilarious, cordial, sociable. I first met and became acquainted with Michael Emmanuel Bruni, more popularly known as Plain Old. At the time, I was a magistrate presiding in a matter
Okay, I understand that the Attorney General got disconnected, so we will move right along. When he's reconnected, we will have the bailiff indicate to me so he can continue. We will move right along and we'll call upon Mr. Anthony Astafan, Senior Counsel. Mr. Astafan.
May it please you, my ladies, the protocol established by the Honorable Court is adopted. My ladies, I first wish to apologize for the unavoidable absence of learned Senior Counsel, Mr. Anthony Astafan. My ladies, Mr. Astafan has invited me to read his tribute on this very sad occasion. And the tribute reads as follows. I wish firstly to offer my most profound condolences to the family of Mikey Bruni. I will never be able to feel your loss, but I know you lost a great father, brother, uncle, and friend. The Bar Association and this country has lost an icon, a man who reflected and displayed the highest traditions of the law and patriotism. Our profession will not be the same without him. Mikey had this very special presence, which demanded your attention, especially when he spoke. He spoke with the experience and authority of a former magistrate, of a former registrar, a man who reached the top of his profession. And let me be clear, he reached the top professionally, ethically, and in accordance with his own drumbeat. No one rocked his boat, nor shook his character or direction. On a more personal note, I am deeply saddened by the passing of my friend and colleague, Mikey. My sadness lies in the fact that Mikey was one of the most decent, genuine, and honest persons I have met. He was also one of the most talented, be it on radio, theater, and other areas dominated by him. The times I met or spoke to Mikey, even the one time he carried me to almost every bar with grave consequences within a radius of 5 miles of Roseau. I never heard him speak an angry, bitter word or criticism of anyone. This was, I think, a rare quality among many of us today. The calmness of his soul was a wonderful part of his life. Mikey's discretion was also fascinating. Notwithstanding the public rumors of my alleged politics, to this day, I have no clue who Mikey supported. But while Mikey may have heard the rumors about politics and I, we had often frank and calm conversations about matters of public interest. Most times though, I was never sure if I had convinced him or whether he had persuaded me. However, at the end of each conversation, I knew I had learned from Mikey on various topics we discussed, even those which were of political interest. He also had a sense of humor. I think I will need to discuss this part of him in another forum. There is so much more I can say about Mikey, but I will end by saying that it was an unqualified privilege knowing him as a human being, friend, and attorney at law. May his soul rest in peace. May it please this honorable court.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. I understand the Honorable Attorney General is back on. Can I invite him to continue his presentation?
Thank you, my ladyship. I am back on, and I hope that the technology will allow me to at least conclude on this occasion. I first met and became acquainted with Michael Emmanuel Bruni, more popularly known as plain old Mikey, probably around 2006, 2007. At the time, I was the magistrate presiding in a matter in which Mikey appeared, representing his client. I was struck at the time by his clear demonstration of respect for proper professional and courtroom decorum, maintaining an appropriate firmness to ensure that the interests of his client were properly protected, whilst at the same time demonstrating necessary respect and courtesy to the court. He made an impression on me from that moment on. Subsequently, we got to work and interact together, including through the Dominica Bar Association, in which he served over many years in various capacities, including that of president, as opposing counsel in cases representing our respective clients, and social. I cannot claim to have been in Mikey's closest circle, But as you have probably already heard in tribute, Mikey had a way of making those around him and with whom he interacted feel they were the focus of his attention. We grew to exchanging the salutation, comrade, whenever we met and interacted. There was a genuineness about Mikey which is not too prevalent. Mikey said what he thought, not uncaringly and with disregard for the feelings of others, but in most instances, mildly though firmly, and with a clarity that left no ambiguity as to where he stood on the issue at hand. There were no shades with Mikey, at least from my knowledge of him. He held strong ethical views. He had little time for those, not least colleagues in the legal profession, who failed to demonstrate and maintain high standards of integrity, decorum, and appropriate consideration for their clients and others. He was very clear that as attorneys, we have a special responsibility to our clients and the wider public. I'm sure that others share my sentiment when I say that Mikey was an esteemed, cordial, jovial, and real colleague and friend with whom I was fortunate to interact over the years. I have nothing but positive thoughts and memories of Mikey. To Mikey's family, his friends, colleagues, and others who appreciated him, I say you can take some comfort in being reassured of the high esteem in which Mikey was held by his colleagues in the legal profession and by others from all walks of life. As we say in the legal profession, by all and sundry. On behalf not only of myself, but of the Chambers of the Attorney General, in particular the Solicitor General and attorneys, all of whom have fond and enduring positive memories of the interactions with Mikey, or Mr. Bruni, as some of them refer to him. I conclude with the words, Michael Emmanuel Mikey Bruni, colleague, friend, exemplar, gone but not forgotten. Rest in serene and eternal peace, comrade.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. I will now call upon Mr. Justin Simon, son of the soil. Mr. Justin Simon, Queen's Counsel. Is Mr. Simon on? It would not appear so. So we will move right along. We will now call upon the President of the Bar Association, Ms. Heather Felix Evans.
Thank you, my lady. May it please you, my ladies, I accept the protocol as established. The executive and members of the Dominica Bar Association extends the deepest sympathy to the sons, siblings, extended family, and loved ones of Michael Emmanuel Bruni, also known as Mikey Bruni. We mourn with you the death of Mikey because, though to a different nature and extent, we know what the loss of Mikey means. We know we have lost a kind, generous, compassionate, and humble human being, a brilliant and thoughtful legal mind, a formidable advocate for his clients, a firm and fair judicial arbiter, a conciliator, mediator at heart and in his professional life, an officer of the court committed to the ethics and the best traditions of the legal profession, an individual who could communicate fluently with persons at all intellectual and social levels, an individual who held strong views, but was able to express them in language that was careful, respectful, and non-divisive, a teacher in all respects, an individual committed to public service, a patriot, a humorist, among so many things. We were all the beneficiaries of these qualities, and we witnessed these qualities in Mikey's interactions with others. I, in particular, will remember Mikey for calling or referring to me and other females as Miss when our names temporarily eluded him. I will remember him for always trying to brush me ever so slightly when he passed close to me and realized that my attention was not on him. I will remember him for whispering ever so softly something funny as he passed me. And when I looked at him, he would be laughing mischievously with not a sound coming from him and with his shoulders moving up and down to the rhythm of his internal laugh. I will remember him for frequently saying, you understand, when he was discussing a point of law with me and wanted me to appreciate the point he was making. I will remember him for the tremendous understanding and empathy he showed to the parties in a case just in January or February before him under the Domestic Violence Act, in which I represented one of the parties. I will remember his gravelly voice, which was always so soothing. I will remember him. I will remember him. I will never forget him. Mikey was the president of the Dominica Bar Association many years ago, I believe sometime between 2000 and 2005 or thereabouts. After 14 years of non-executive participation in the Dominica Bar Association, in 2019, he expressed interest in returning to the executive to better assist the association to execute its responsibilities to its membership, the judiciary, and the public at large. In October 2019, he joined the executive as a committee member, a position he felt best suited his purpose for being on the executive again. At our second executive meeting, which took place on the 30th of October 2019, Mikey expressed grave concern about what he perceived to be the decline in etiquette at the bar, and suggested that without any delay, we should invite an experienced legal practitioner or judicial officer to speak with us, to present to the bar on the ethics, the interaction between the lawyers and the bench, the bar and the bench, among and between lawyers and their clients. At that meeting, he also made suggestions for a program which he said he held for many years, a radio program. He wanted us to organize and host a regular radio program to help to educate not only the public, but fellow lawyers. He envisioned the program as a platform to discuss current legislation, but also look at old legislation. And he had already in his mind a name for that feature of that old legislation, out of the dusty shelves. Also, the program would feature prominent Dominican legal personalities. It would also feature the writings of lawyers that have passed, and that feature would be Voices from the Grave. These were his suggestions, and also feature extra legal talents and skills of lawyers. His suggested name for the program was Beyond the Bar. The decision was taken at that meeting that Mikey would chair the radio program, the radio program committee, and invite to serve on the committee practitioners interested in helping. Regrettably, political and health events intervened and have caused a stay on the development of these plans. But we give the assurance that Mikey's dream will be realized in time. Looking through the rearview mirror, we realize it was all part of God's plan for Mikey to come back on the executive just before his death and verbalize these dreams and cause them to be memorialized at the executive meeting for the benefit of the association, the legal profession, and the Dominica public. Mikey returned to the executive to pass on the baton and he did so in his usual generous and low-profile manner. The baton has been received. We now have to run with it to bring it to the next stage. Mikey's suggestion will serve as a blueprint for some of the programs the DBA will pursue for the education of its membership and the public. We will forever be grateful to Mikey for this gift. We say to his family and loved ones, thank you for the gift of Mikey. We are all richer for having met and interacted with Mikey. Some will say that Mikey died young. In terms of number of years, that is true. But what I know and have heard about Mikey, it will also be true to say that Mikey lived a full life. He knew how to enjoy life, and enjoy it he did. Fellow members of the legal fraternity, Mikey's death is another blow to our fraternity and the profession. It cannot be overlooked that we have lost 4 of our members within the last 13 months. Our profession will not protect us from the appointment we have with our maker. Let us appreciate our fragility and our lack of control over all things. Let us remember that we will all be called to give an account one day. Let us practice with integrity in pursuit of justice, with decorum, with respect for each other and our clients, the judiciary and the justice system. May the soul of Mikey rest in absolute peace. May his family and loved ones find comfort in the beautiful memories they created with Mikey and the knowledge that he is resting peacefully with his maker. I thank you, my ladies, for giving me this opportunity to address the court. May it please you, ladies.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I must apologize. I overlooked that Learned Counsel, Ms. Geoffrey Harris, was listed to speak. Can I call upon Mr. Harris to speak now, please?
Good morning, my ladies. The protocol established by the court is adopted. My ladies, if I may be permitted to read the words of Senior Counsel Geoffrey Harris as he is unable to attend this special Zoom sitting of the court to deliver the speech himself. I must admit that I was very tempted to allow this special sitting to pass without addressing the court. I have risen many times to pay tribute to friends, family, and dear colleagues at the end of lives well lived. Characters and intellect wonderfully formed and legal careers built on hard work, resilience, and integrity, but it never gets easier. In fact, it becomes more and more challenging. But I decided to suffer through this bittersweet moment to write just a few words honoring my brother Mikey, not simply because of my great fondness for him, but because he meant so much to the legal profession. He embodied the ethics and traditions of the profession. He valued them, he adhered to them, and he pushed for their revival in the legal fraternity. My last encounter with Mikey was just a week or 2 before the COVID lockdown. We met right outside my office and we engaged in our usual old talk. We laughed heartily and wished each other well. I had no idea that Mikey was ailing, and I certainly had no reason to believe that he would be leaving us so soon thereafter. The passing of Michael Emmanuel Bruni, or Mikey, as he was commonly known, has come as a great shock, not only to the legal fraternity, but I imagine to all Dominicans, both here and abroad. He was a highly respected member of the legal profession. He adhered strictly to the code of ethics of the profession, courtesy to the bench, courtesy to fellow counsel, and courtesy to clients and witnesses. As a legal practitioner, his honesty and reputation were beyond reproach. He openly admired and encouraged the traditions of the profession, and our interactions, though lighthearted and filled with laughter, almost always journeyed back to his lamentations that things had changed within the profession, that lawyers no longer respected each other or worked together like we used to. Other than his legal practice, Mikey, inter alia, performed admirably the duties of Registrar General, Magistrate, and President of the Dominica Bar Association. He was effective and diligent in abiding by protocol and the rule of law. Mikey was always willing and able to discuss any legal issues, or for that matter, any other issues with anyone who sought his assistance. He cared for others. He was humble, very humorous, and above all, he was a gentleman. He had a very easy warmth, and he dished out respect and teasings to lawyers, young and old, without discrimination. Mikey had a deep, distinctive voice, easily identified on the radio, and a very distinctive laugh. He enjoyed a good joke. I recall Mikey meeting me after the special sitting for our brother and past president of Dominica, Dr. N.J. Liverpool, and commenting on my speech only to say that the joke I'd given therein was the best he'd ever heard and he would never forget it. We will never forget Mike. He will be greatly missed by us, all in the legal profession, and by the Dominican society as a whole. On behalf of my family and myself, I wish to express our deepest and most sincere sympathies to the children of Michael E. Bruni and the rest of his family. May his soul rest in peace. And may perpetual light shine upon him. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I will now call on the president of OKBA, Mr. Ruggles Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson.
May it please, my lords and my ladies, may I also recognize the protocol list, and may I also wish you, my lady, a speedy recovery. I rise on behalf of the Organization of Commonwealth Caribbean Bar Associations, OKBA, to pay tribute to our well-loved and respected colleague, Mikey Bruni, a former president of the Dominica Bar Association, a former treasurer of the OECS Bar Association, and an individual member of the now revived and vibrant Organization of Commonwealth Caribbean Bar Associations, OKBA. It was with a deep sense of profound loss that we in the wider region received the unexpected news on June 24th of Mikey's untimely departure. Most, if not all of us, were unaware of his health challenges. Mikey was a wonderful human being who cared deeply for people and who worked steadfastly towards bringing the people of the region together. No wonder his unwavering support for institutions like the OECS Bar, OKBA, the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, and the Caribbean Court of Justice. He may have been Dominican by birth, but he has always been a genuine and committed CARICOM citizen. His supports an important role in facilitating the transition of Dominica from the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council as its final court to the CCJ is well recognized. He was a true product of the University of the West Indies and the Norman Manley Law School, from where he graduated in 1988. Though gone much too soon, at the tender legal age of 62, in his 32 years at the bar, Mikey has left his solid legacy of contributions to the legal profession as a state attorney, court registrar, magistrate, mediator, legal practitioner, and bar leader. From 2000 to 2009, for 9 consecutive years, he selflessly led the Dominica Bar. For 4 years, between 2002 and 2006, he also served as treasurer of the OECS Bar. And throughout his presidency, he participated in several initiatives then aimed at reviving and breathing new life into OKBA, which embraces bar associations from Bahamas in the north to Guyana in the south. Today, OKBA is a vibrant and active organization, keeping the bars of the entire region together, hosting law summits every 6 months with top quality presenters, including justices of the CCJ, publishing a quality biannual law journal with in-depth analytical articles from colleagues throughout the region, coordinating continuing legal education programs with regional bars, speaking out in defense of the judiciary and the rule of law, honoring regional bar leaders and legal luminaries, and now embarking on a monthly virtual continuing legal education program every last Thursday beginning this month, July, and continuing until October 2020. In my own drive to energize OKBA, Mikey has always been a source of encouragement and inspiration. He was one of a core of veteran bar leaders from the region whom I personally contacted and sought to mobilize, especially for the biennial OKBA Law Summits. It was only in December last that he, through his close friend and colleague, Duncan Stowe, ensured that his individual OKBA membership dues were fully paid up for 2020. On a personal note, I have known Mikey for over 40 years, first meeting him on the Piaco International Airport in July 1979, both on our way to Cuba to represent our respective countries at CariFesta 1979. Both delegations spent the entire night on the airport, and Mikey is well remembered for his engaging and spirited debates throughout that night, most times on the losing end, I recall, with members of the Grenada delegation on matters touching and concerning the historic Grenada Revolution, which had triumphed only months before on March 13, 1979. Following that night and the memorable experience in Cuba during CariFesta 1979, Mikey developed a close affinity with Grenada. We developed a great friendship during our regular crossing of paths in the OECS Bar meetings, especially when I served as president of the Grenada Bar between 2000 and 2008, the almost identical period when he served as president of the Dominica Bar. I vividly remember Mikey journeying to Grenada as part of a delegation from the OECS Bar, days after the September 7th, 2004 devastation of the island by Hurricane Ivan. The delegation, which included stalwarts Courtney Abel and our dear departed sister, Nicole Sylvester, then president of the St. Vincent de Grenadines Bar, came to express solidarity and support to the Grenada Bar, bringing water and other supplies, including hot, ready-to-eat food, a rarity in those days. It was a very touching gesture. Mikey was there, injecting his usual good cheer in the midst of all the depression. Though unable to attend our OKBA Law Summit in December 2019 in Trinidad, Mikey ensured that he was well up to date with matters, and we had spoken that time, and he had undertaken to attend the next scheduled meeting in June 2020. It is often said, my lords, my ladies, that it matters not how long you live, but how you lived. Mikey lived life to the fullest, made a positive difference, left his legacy, and has paid his dues to humanity. Though gone much too soon, he has achieved more than a lifetime's work and has left his indelible mark. On behalf of OKBA, I wish to extend heartfelt sympathy to his entire family, in particular his sons, siblings, close relatives, and colleagues of the Dominica Bar Association. Though physically gone, the many positive memories of Mikey will no doubt continue to live on in your hearts and minds. Keep strong. We shall miss the simple, humble, down-to-earth, hardworking, engaging, fun-loving, and unforgettable Mikey Bruni. A committed and selfless soldier has fallen. We salute you, Mikey. Rest in peace, my dear brother, friend, colleague, and comrade. May it please, my lords, my ladies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. I will now call upon Mr. Thaddeus Antwine, the president of the OECS Bar, to address us.
May it please you, my lady, and the rest of the judiciary, protocol already established. My lady, we at the OECS Bar were stunned and saddened to learn of the passing of Mikey Bruni, the comrade, who was admitted to the bar of the Commonwealth of Dominica some 32 years ago. Mikey was a true public servant, or should I say the people's servant, which is evident by the many important and senior positions that he held in the public and indeed the private arena. Only last year, 2019, the OECS Bar Association, at its 30th anniversary gala dinner, was proud to honor Mikey, a true servant of the region, for his outstanding contribution to the growth and development of the OECS Bar. In the light of Mikey's passing, we are happy that we were able to honor him during his lifetime. As we know, many persons get their flowers, as we say, when they have long gone to meet their maker. But Mikey was saluted, he was praised, and even serenaded by the all-male singing stars led by Mr. Ruggles Ferguson himself of the OECS Bar for his contribution to the OECS Bar and indeed the law, in the presence of learned Chief Justice, Justice of Appeal, High Court judges, magistrates, members of the inner and outer bar, and other invited guests. On that glorious night in Antigua and Barbuda, we made mention that Mikey had been a true leader and consistent supporter of the OECS Bar. Mikey served on the executive of the OECS Bar as treasurer for some 4 years, from 2002 to 2006, ensuring that the finances of the organization was safe. During his 9 years from 2000 as president of the Dominica Bar Association, he religiously attended meetings of the OECS Bar, sharing his invaluable ideas and experience with his noted characteristic calm, measured and respectful approach, and always rising to the call of duty. Mike would never disappoint and would oftentimes be the voice of reason. No one could doubt that Mikey was a committed, dependable, and selfless leader who gave much and asked for little or nothing in return. He epitomized service above self. Like many other stalwarts of the OECS Bar, most, if not all of them, all the time, apart from giving up much valuable time from his extremely busy practice, he paid his own way to attend OECS Bar meetings and activities over the years, even while engaged in other pressing and time-consuming activities. Perhaps the most memorable deeds of Mikey at the OECS Bar was his unselfish willingness to always assist others. Like the president of OKBA, I recall that on the 7th of September 2004, Grenada was devastated by the Hurricane Ivan. We had gathered on the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for our biennial meeting and the first ever law conference, which was then called a law fair, organized by St. Vincent and Grenadines Bar Association, coordinated by Mr. Nicholas Sylvester of blessed memory. Mikey was part of the OECS Bar team, who volunteered the Sunday morning after our Saturday meeting to fly over to Grenada via charter plane to lend solidarity, support, and much needed supplies to the Grenada Bar Association. It was at a time where there was still much uncertainty as to the safety of Grenada, and indeed the skies to Grenada in the aftermath of the terror of Ivan. But being a true soldier and brother, Mikey would not be left behind, as he too had to ensure that our fellow colleague, brothers and sisters of Grenada Bar Association, and indeed the people of Grenada, were okay, all things considered. The caring nature, always wanting to ensure that others were taken care of, was the hallmark of the Mikey I knew. We at the OECS Bar will miss Mikey greatly. We'll miss his warmth, his humor, and indeed his hospitality. A Caribbean man, a man of service, un homme gentil, a comrade. We extend our condolences to his family, his son, our colleague, Kieran Bruni, his partners and associates at Dupini, Bruni and Associates, and the Dominica Bar Association. May you all be comforted by that cheeky smile of Mikey. I'm reminded of the Hebrew proverb that says, say not in grief he is no more, but live in the thankfulness that he was. May Christ, who call you Michael, Mikey Bruni, take you to himself. May the angels lead you to the bosom of Abraham. Comrade, rest in peace. Rest in peace, comrade. Milady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Athline. I will now call upon the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Evelina E.M. Baptiste.
Ladies, thank you. I crave your indulgence in saying these few words of condolences and memoriam for late colleague, Michael Mikey Bruni. Milady, allow me to adopt the protocol list which was established by the court. I would also like to adopt all the sentiments which has been espoused by the previous speakers in memoriam. Milady, it feels awfully amiss this morning not to have Mikey here this morning. Milady, he was at every function. But alas, milady, he has gone to the mountains, and I'm sure that he's there, still looking out for us. As I pondered about what I should say this morning, the words of the great playwright William Shakespeare came to mind. And those are, all the world's a stage, and all men and women are merely actors. They have their exits. They all have their exits and entrances. And one man in his lifetime plays many parts. Ladies, Mikey, in his own particular manner, his own particular brand, touched the social landscape in Dominica and the wider region. And as we have heard, one could run out of superlatives to describe the person he was. And as I said, I adopt all of them. Mikey captured the true spirit of compassion, sincerity, humility, philanthropy, honesty, and warmth. He was a mentor. He was a friend. He was a teacher, a lawyer, an organizer. My lady, he was measured. He was intelligent. My lady, even I was a beneficiary of his generosity. I remember when I studied the law program, and many years ago, and I can't even remember how it happened, but somehow Mikey was tutoring myself and another student in criminal law at absolutely no cost. My lady, I never knew how he found out that we were at Caville, but somehow he had extended himself and were tutoring us in criminal law. My lady, Mikey was a grassroots man who was armed with the genius to be comfortable, as they say, to dine with kings and queens, and to commiserate with the barefoot common man. My lady, to say Mikey was a conversationalist would be an understatement. He could even get me to have extended conversations with him on the phone. My lady, I observed about Mikey is that people couldn't help to love him. They couldn't help love the man. Even at the bar table, before court and after court, everyone drew to him for conversation. And some of us didn't get a chance because everyone was drawing towards him. It wasn't always about the enriched substance of his utterances in law, although it would be sometimes, but the peculiar modus of his communication, which some previous speakers described, that he employed. He was engaging, and he had an infectious laughter, clothed in a baritone, captured your attention. Milady, my conversations with Mikey were about many things, but mostly they are about maintenance of the ethics of the legal profession and the critical need for law reform that would improve the administration of justice and which would better support the social needs of all citizens. My lady, the President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, CCJ, the Honorable Justice Adrian Saunders, have pointedly spoken about Mikey's contribution to the development of the region's jurisprudence, as has the previous speakers. And references were made to his long-standing interest in deepening the culture of legal activism. We are very much aware of his position and his positive impact to the legal profession in Dominica. He was a private practitioner. He served as registrar of the High Court. He served as magistrate. He served as president of the bar. at a time when he did that almost single-handedly, Mikey was also an actor. I remember that he acted in the great days of plays in Dominica. He was an actor in the People's Action Theatre, which was led by the well-known Alwyn Booley. He was also a dramatist and a scriptwriter, and he was a scriptwriter for the incredible popular radio series called Green Gold, which was aired over radio sometime in the 70s or early 80s. It was a time when there was no television and everyone rushed home to listen to that program. Milady, many of us are not aware that Mikey played a pivotal role in to get in Dominica to be a member of the International Football Federation, FIFA. He was the legal advisor to the Dominica Football Association and the chairman of its disciplinary committee. And most of his work there was pro bono. He was very respected by many footballers who brought him in to adjudicate their issues. Milady, he counseled positively, helping to transform many young lives. He also contributed to the culture in many ways. And some may not know that he supported Carnival Queen contestants with their speeches, and he critiqued their talent. And I'm also told that he managed one Calypsonian who was once a Calypso king in Dominica. Milady, Mikey spoke on many matters of importance, but he was rather mute about himself. But obviously, his actions demonstrated who he was. Milady, I've been asked by Her Ladyship, Justice Pemberton of the Trinidad Court of Appeal, to offer her deepest condolences to the Dominica Bar and the children and family of Mikey. I have also been asked by His Lordship, Justice of Appeal Davidson Baptist, to apologize for his absence at the special sitting and to offer his deepest condolences to the bar and to the children, relatives and friends of Mikey. Milady, on behalf of our prosecuting state attorneys, the principal police prosecutor and the other summary prosecutors who appeared before him as magistrate, I say to his son and his other children, his siblings, his family, and particularly to his brother, Dr. George Bruni, who is of counsel, resided in the Bahamas, and who was a classmate of mine. at what was then the sixth form college, that his work has ended, but he will be remembered for all the good that he has done, and that in your sorrow, remain strong, rely on the Lord. May Mikey's soul rest in eternal peace. May it please your ladyships.
Justice Stevenson, your mic is muted.
Your mic is still on mute, Justice.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, we are, my lady.
Thank you very much, Ms. DPP. Once again, my apologies. And I now call upon, for overlooking, and I will now call upon Ms. Joan Commodore, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs of Council.
May it please you, my lady, I rely on the protocol already established. I want to start off by making apologies for the Honorable Minister for National Security and Home Affairs, as he is unable to be with us this morning. My lady, I know we have a long list of speakers, so I will be brief. My lady, there is nothing like having to speak about two of your colleagues barely within a month in a setting like this to remind you staggeringly about the fragility of life. Antonio Porcio said, one lives in the hope of becoming a memory. So, my lady, this sitting, though we are filled with sadness, is important. It is cathartic, it is heartening to remember the ones we love, to share memories of them, and to celebrate their lives so that they never truly die. What can be said about Mr. Michael Bruni that has not been said already? This giant of the law, this friend to all, listening ear, sounding board, drinking buddy, and overall gentleman. Words truly do him no justice. Lady Michael Bruni was on contract with the Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs as a magistrate at the time of his death. In my speech about our beloved sister Sandra Julian, I called her a daughter of the soil. Well, my lady, today I get to speak of a son of the soil. As you may know, my lady, Mr. Bruni worked as registrar of the High Court for some time. When I was deputy registrar, Mr. Bruni came to me and gave me a much appreciated lecture on what it takes to be a good registrar. More than anything, he made himself available to all the young attorneys. I distinctly remember groups of us being invited for Friday night drinks and long talks. Everyone who knew Mr. Bruni affectionately referred to him as Mikey. Through it all, Mr. Bruni remained humble and never made us feel like we were any less than him. His attitude was such that he made you feel that you too could be great, that you too could achieve great things. One of the greatest lessons I learned from Mikey was that not every conflict requires you to go to war. I had approached Mikey about a noisy neighbor, and his approach to it changed my mindset forever. It made me realize that being an attorney is so much more than just knowing the law and knowing your rights. He encouraged me to reach out, to talk to my neighbor, to be polite, and that is exactly what I did. I did much to my benefit. Mikey truly knew when to hold and when to fold. Despite a very successful private practice, Mr. Bruni continued to be of service to the government and people of Dominica. He remained a source of constant support and advice to the Dominica Legal Aid Clinic. When I was at the clinic, Mr. Bruni could be relied on to assist with cases, assist with advice, and even took upon himself a large number of matters without ever billing the state. He did his first stint as magistrate in February 2011, and he was assigned to District G. From there, he was contracted in 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018, 2019, and 2020. With his most recent contract actually being currently ongoing. Even through his illness, Mr. Bruni continued to work and offer support to the magistrate's office. One of the most striking things about Mikey was that he loved the law. It was evident. The law was his passion and it showed. This was not about money for Mikey. He was in love with the law. He breathed it, he exuded it every day and in every way. There can be no doubt about the expertise and skill of Mr. Bruni as an attorney and magistrate. A little known fact, my lady, is that the ministry never had to ask Mr. Bruni to be a magistrate. He often volunteered to assist and to help clear the backlog. Only true love of the law, country, and his fellow man led Mikey to do things like that. I know that he was also a media personality with regular appearances on DBS, and he took it upon himself to disseminate accurate and legally sound information on general election nights and after the passage of some natural disasters. Professional, kind, dynamic, down to earth, fiercely intelligent, considerate, and patriotic are just some of the words and phrases that can be used to describe Mr. Bruni. All of us who knew him knew that he was also a bit of a rascal with a sharp and raunchy sense of humor. That was one of the best things about him, to tell the truth. Mikey led a life of service. To know Mikey was to absolutely love Mikey. He was admired and he was loved, and the outpouring of love and support here today is testimony of a life well lived and a soul, heart, and mind that touched countless lives and shaped even more minds. Indeed, Dominica, the legal profession, and the people of Dominica have suffered a grave loss with the passing of Michael Bruni. On behalf of the Minister for National Security and Home Affairs, myself, my staff, the magistracy, we extend sincerest sympathies to the family, friends, and loved ones of Mr. Michael Bruni. My lady, in closing, I will say only, Mikey, may the winds of heaven blow softly and whisper in your ear how much we love and miss you and wish that you were here. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much, P.S. Joanne, Commodore of Council. I will now call on Her Honor, Miss Candia Carrot George, the Chief Magistrate.
May it please you, my ladies, I wish to adopt the protocol that has already been established. With your leave, permit me to say a few words on this occasion. The late Michael Bruni was a friend in need, a friend indeed to the Dominica Magistrates Court. I will say this as he willingly stepped in to assist the court whenever a void existed. During my time on the bench, I know that Mr. Bruni came in to fill the void that was created in between magistrates in District G from April 2009. During that time, he developed a bond with our staff at the Portsmouth office and presided over matters from Qualiho to the Kalinago territory. This he continued until another magistrate could be contracted for that district in late 2013. Following this, Mr. Bruni came in and assisted the court on various occasions. His last stint began in November 2018 with the departure of Magistrate Gill from the jurisdiction. Magistrate Paquette was transferred to Portsmouth, and Mr. Bruni again stepped in to fill the gap left in District E. He continued working with the Magistrates Court until the time of his passing. I recall that sometime in early of February this year, Mr. Bruni asked me for some time off to travel to Martinique for medicals. He went, and while away, he called to let me know that he would have needed a little more time than what he had initially requested. He returned to work a couple of weeks later and had no complaints. On April 15th, during the COVID lockdown, he again contacted me to let me know that he had to return to Martinique for yet another medical test, as the results of the tests that he had done in February were inconclusive. He told me that he was scheduled to travel both ways on air ambulance, but that there was no need for panic. The sound of air ambulance really concerned me, but he assured me that the only reason that he was using it was just because the ports were closed, and that was the only available form of transportation. Bearing in mind his cheerful personality, he joked about his only alternative being a fishing boat from Scott's Head. I laughingly responded, "No fishing boat, please." I told him that I'd keep him in my prayers, and he said that the prayers would be appreciated. I remember Mr. Bruni at our Magistrates Forum with the Welfare Department and at our Magistrates COVID planning meeting in March of this year. He obviously was already very ill, but he was very good at hiding it. Mr. Bruni had a keen interest for and appreciation of the law. Whenever we would meet as magistrates to discuss legal issues, his take on the law always helps to bring balance to the discussion. During the month of April, when magistrates raised queries as regards our enforcement of SRO number 13 of 2020, the Environmental Health Services COVID-19 regulations, Mr. Bruni was the first to post an electronic copy of the law on our magistrates' WhatsApp chat group. He was a very active member of that chat group and would always give his views on the law to help bring clarity on whatever topic was being discussed. I remember us discussing the issue of how the court would deal with persons who were expected to report on bail, but were failing to during the COVID period. My views, my ladies, on the matter was different from most of the other magistrates. So to ensure uniformity across the board, I agreed to go with the views of the majority. Mr. Bruni wrote to me saying, "Your Honor, no need to be reluctant. Obviously, the world is ending and there's nothing we can do about it." I responded with a smiley face, but honestly, the reason as to why he would make such a comment resonated with me. It was only after his passing I realized that he said this as he knew that his world, as he knew it, was coming to an end and that there was nothing that he could have done about it. The last time that Mr. Bruni came to work was on Tuesday, May 12, 2020. By that time, he must have been in some physical discomfort, but he came because I had asked him to come in to deal with a bail application for me. I did not know that he was so ill. The clerk who sat with him that they told me that he was coughing, his eyes were bulging, he had lost some weight and was evidently not well, but he tried his best to mask his pain. In the midst of his agony, he responded to the call of duty. He was just that kind of person.
Okay.
We were working on shifts at the time, and Mr. Bruni was supposed to have come into work on Thursday, 14th May. He did not show up. There was a document that I needed him to sign. So I called to ask him to come in to sign it. He told me he was not feeling well. On Sunday, May 17th, when I sent out the magistrate schedule for the week, Mr. Bruni responded that unfortunately, because of his current health condition, he could not guarantee that he would be able to attend court that week. He promised to call me early the following morning to explain. On the Monday morning, he did not call, so I called him that afternoon to find out what was going on with him. I told him that he had me really worried about him, as for days I was trying to get him to come in to sign a document and he was not coming. His response, I will never forget, as it shook me to the core. He said, "Chief, you need to be worried, we?" He then went on to explain to me in detail what was going on in his physical body. I tried to encourage him, but honestly, that news just broke me down. The morning of Wednesday, June 24th, was a sad day for us at the Magistrate's Court. I remember that I was at work in La Plaine when I got the news, and I was unable to function for a while. Meanwhile, in the Portsmouth office, it was a mess, and our Roseau office was even worse. Some staff at the Roseau office had made up their minds that they were going to fight all of the obstacles to ensure that they visited Mr. Bruni that morning. After a get well soon card had been purchased and flowers had been ordered, as they were about to make their way from the office to the hospital, the news hit. We concluded that he did not want us to see him sick. He was a very private person, and during his illness, he did not want anyone talking about him or feeling sorry for him. The news of his passing was followed by deafening cries and screams. When I returned to the Roseau office that day, the piercing bewailing had not yet subsided. For most, work came to a grinding halt that day. I had to send some staff home as they were unable to function. This spoke volumes to the kind of person that Mikey was. He was not just an attorney at law, a magistrate, and a colleague, but he was a friend to so many. We keep lamenting about how quickly he left us. This is confirmation that life is short and death is certain. We should therefore ensure that we live our lives in such a way that we are prepared to meet our Maker and that our hearts are right with the Lord, as we never know when our turn will come. Mr. Bruni was not scared of work. When he sat on the bench, he would sit for long hours and do as much as he possibly could to accomplish much. He was a true patriot who served his profession and his country well. He was very sociable, very jovial, and would always ensure that he said something to make others laugh. He will greatly be missed. He is gone, but will never be forgotten. His memory will definitely live on at the Magistrate's Court for many, many years to come. On behalf of all the magistrates and every member of the Dominica Magistrates Court staff, I wish to again express our deepest sympathy to the family, the relatives, the children, the friends of the late Mikey Bruni. I thank you, Lord. May it please you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Her Honor, Chief Magistrate Candia Carrot George. I will now call upon Her Honor, Ms. Gloria Augustus. Is Miss Augustus Miss Augustus present? Okay, before that, I would like to recognize the presence of Justice of Appeal, Mr. Kelvin Baptiste, who has joined us on Zoom. Welcome, Mr. Baptiste. Miss Augustus, are you there?
What happened to my something? I lost my
Hello. Morning. Okay, okay. Listen, I'm in a court session. You have to call me this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you.
What happened, Jennifer G?
Miss Augustus, we are waiting on you. If you're not ready, we will move on and come back to you. I will now call upon Mr. Henry Dyer, the former Attorney General. Mr. Henry Dyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mother. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, my ladies. I want to make special mention of Mikey's family. We grew up together in goodwill, especially his brother Dave, who subsequently worked with me in the IPO commission, and his brother Rollins, who accompanied me to Kenya for the United Nations Renewable Sources of Energy. And he accompanied me, and that caused a stir in the public service, because at the time he was working at Domlec, he was not a public officer. But we found that he was the only electrical engineer in Dominica, and that is why he was chosen to accompany the minister to Africa. So that Mikey came from a very intelligent family. He said to me on many occasions that radio was his forte. He really wanted to be a radio man. And I remember in 1981, when I was part of the decision-making body after the elections of 1980, that he was chosen to given a scholarship to go and do law at Cave Hill. And I remember he came to me after, and he said to me, you being one of the first graduates of the law school, the training of lawyers in the Caribbean, I have a serious decision to make. I am offered this scholarship, and my real business is in radio. I would like to make radio profession. And what did I think about it? And I remember telling him that I believe that you should go for it. Go for the law. And he did. And he turned out to be a very excellent lawyer. I remembered, that in he was also, as I said, he was also involved in the arts and calypso. And I remember the first year when the NC was the calypso king of Dominica. And that calypso final, after when he had to defend his crown, the Calypso Association took a decision that no longer that the king should just sit by and defend his crown. He also had to dip for position on that night. And NC dipped, and unfortunately he dipped and he came number 1. And then on the night of that show, NC, who was a very good friend of mine, we spoke. He always passes radio. The show could not start because NC felt that, no, the king must defend his crown. And Mikey was the master of ceremony that night. And NC said to Mike, well, at the backstage, I wasn't at backstage. And I heard Mikey as master of ceremony saying, Abada, you need it at backstage. And I went to backstage because NC had said to them that unless I came on stage and spoke, he was not going to sing. And Mikey went on the stage and he says, NC has now called his legal advisor. And the crowd started booing and so on. And I went back and said, Mikey, I didn't come there as a legal advisor. However, I spoke, and then the show started about 1 o'clock in the morning. I remember when we were passing the bill for the establishment of the CCJ, Mikey was president of the Bar Association at the time. And he called an emergency meeting of the Bar at Fort Young, saying that the government wanted to pass legislation subscribing to the CCJ in its appellate jurisdiction without amending the Constitution. And I called him and I said, well, look, that is not so. We had the best draftsman in Aruchalam, I think, we call him CS from Sri Lanka, who was here on the technical assistance from the Commonwealth Fund for technical assistance, and Muspa Ilu Charles. These were two good draftsmen, and they would not have presented to us a bill to amend the Constitution in that way. What we were doing is, and every country had done it, is to subscribe to the CCJ in its original jurisdiction, which did not require any amendment of the Constitution. But in the appellate jurisdiction, we required an amendment, and that was not what was being done. And he came to me and he spoke to me and he said he apologized. He apologized. I remember telling him, I may give you permission, the leadership, that in my presentation to the Parliament concerning this, when we were passing the bill, I remember I told him that, in the words, may your permission, I said the establishment of the Caribbean Court of Justice has been described as a landmark achievement of judicial infrastructural development at this juncture of the regional integration movement. Well, we are here now in terms of that integration movement. We're hearing about LIAT now and the integration movement, but that is for another forum. He in Yes, I told him also that the Dominica, and not only Dominica, all the OECS countries needed to amend their constitutions to join the CCJ in its appellate jurisdiction. And Guyana, Barbados, and Belize were the only 3 countries that had done so. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but Dominica remained the only OECS territory that subsequently joined the CCJ in its appellate jurisdiction. So that there are only 4 countries: Belize, Barbados, Guyana, and Dominica, 4 countries. I remember speaking to him concerning the case of Judge versus Guy. And I remember just last week, with your lordship's permission, reading a tribute from the president of the CCJ when he said that about Mikey. He said, Mikey appeared before me on several occasions as an attorney at law. While I was a judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, he also appeared before me or before the CCJ last year in the case of George versus Guy, a very important case on the impact of the title by registration and on adverse possession and the relationship between that act and the Real Property Limitation Act. I was always impressed by his submissions, which were crisp, analytical, and incisive. That case, in my view, was a landmark decision for Dominica, especially where Dominica is the only OECS country that has subscribed to the CCJ. I told him, and he told me that he was happy that he took part in that case. History will record that he was in that case. And he went on to tell me, your junior did an excellent job in that case. And he was referring to Gina Dye. I said, I know she worked very hard, because on many occasions, I had to take some snacks for her in the archives, the government archives on Kennedy Avenue. He worked very hard. But more than that, that decision was a landmark decision because it only affected thousands of farmers in Dominica. Dominica being a peasantry society. I think Mikey, he was a student of law and he took the law serious. I want to, but before I go, let me say that I remember the day when we had a similar sit-in for Kevin Williams, right in the courthouse there in Bayfront. And after the sit-in, we went to our cars and we were driving. I was driving east, he was driving west, and he stopped me. And in his jovial way, he said, "Comrade, you're next. I said, I'm next. Well, in the laughing, I said, boy, I think I'm prepared for it, you know. Yeah, he was a jovial fellow. He was serious. My counsels, Zena Dyer and Gina Dyer, joined me in extending their condolences to his family, his children, and I know he will be lost. He will not be forgotten. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dyer. Ladies and gentlemen, counsel, we have been joined by Justice of Appeal, Mr. Kevin Baptiste, and I'm now going to invite him to say a few words. Justice of Appeal Baptiste. Justice of Appeal Baptiste, please unmute your mic. Thank you.
I have just done that. Am I clear now?
Yes, you are.
Very well. I must thank the justices and the registrar to having allowed me to take part in these proceedings. It did not occur to me that when I met Mikey last year in St. Kitts, I would have seen him no more. It was at an OECS Bar function in which he was awarded for long and dedicated service to the Bar Association. In his usual jovial self, we laughed, we joked, as we were wont to do. A few weeks ago, I got a call from Evo, who apprised me of the state of health of Mikey. Taken aback by her information, she called a few weeks later and apprised me that Mikey's condition had worsened. So we are gathered here today in what is becoming an all too familiar setting for lawyers of this republic. I may add, probably worrisome. We are departing at a fairly fast rate. But we are here to celebrate and recall the walking shadow of life. And in so doing, we quietly ponder on our mortality. It was Sanchez in his song, Never Diss the Man, who said, there are lots of signs in life, some that you may not like. You could be living this minute, next minute you are gone away. Hold up your head, my brothers. Be conscious, my sisters, and by your works you shall surely be paid. I am sure that Mikey was paid for his works. Life. It was Macbeth, in Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 5. It is reported that life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets its hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. My association with Mikey stems from the time he was at the Cayville campus at the Faculty of Law. One day, I recalled vividly that he and others were walking in Blackrock, close to the St. Stephen Anglican Church. On seeing a bus approaching, they began to run towards the bus stop. I immediately chided Mikey, advising him that lawyers do not run to buses. They perambulate with some degree of dignity, which befits their status as students of the law. If the bus departs before they arrive at the bus stop, they simply await the next bus. I am not too sure what Mikey made of that, but I can say that Mikey has always shown the greatest respect for me, even in my state as a lawyer in the Aegis Chambers from 1984 onwards. He also did some in-service training there. Our next encounter of seriousness was in 1985 or 86. He met me and indicated that he wished to use my name in a calypso. I, without asking him why, I quickly said yes. Did not even to inquire as to the contents of my contribution in that regard, being a profound lover of the art form. He then went on to say that the calypso would be sung by Rabbit, who I must admit is one of my favorite calypsonians, still is. But of course, being from Newtown, the best has to be Spider. So I gave my approval. Of course, Mikey did not need to seek my indulgence, but I presume that the respect he had obliged him to so do. I was not anxious as to what exactly was to be said about me, but I attended the Calypso finals, as I tend to do, and listened to Rabbit as he sang his song. I cannot say I'm a singer of any degree, but I might just seek to mention, if I recall correctly, the part which referred to me. I think it went that way. Rabbit, if your mouth was not too long, I would give you a sipsia about Thomas Baptist's son. The government wanted to make him a magistrate, but because of the John Rose Lindsay case, all the love for him turned to hate. I'm not sure what I love for him really, but this was the part which concerned me. This was interesting. I laughed. But it is interesting that this song and event had a profound influence on me in the context of my development as a lawyer and subsequently as a judge. Because so soon thereafter, in '86, I departed the jurisdiction to take up employment in Tortola, in the British Virgin Islands. And I must say that this was the place I learned all my law. I spent several years there, both civil law and criminal law, and evidently positioned me for what was to come later. I returned to Dominica many years after, and Mikey met me once by happenstance and asked me when was I going to Anguilla. The question made no sense to me, so I only proffered a response. Anguilla? Mikey laughed, obviously knowing that recognizing that I had no idea as to what he was talking about. I never sought to press him as to what he meant. As time moved on, probably a year and a half or so after, I got a call from the Justice Adams, who apprised me that I was to be appointed as a High Court judge in St. Vincent, which appointment acting I assumed in September of 1997. But before I departed, I met Mikey. He looked at me and smiled sheepishly. From our discussion, I then knew exactly what he meant when he asked me, when am I going to Anguilla? It became apparent that Mikey and the Chief Justice had some discussions about my future, which I was not exactly aware of. But I understood from our discussion what he meant when he asked when was I going to Anguilla. So I went to St. Vincent and returned. And Mikey, I must admit, is one of those who was steadfastly supportive of me. And there's a great responsibility for me still being in the judiciary. Apart from Mikey, other persons I pay regard to in that context are His Lordship, the Honorable Mr. Justice Albert N.J. Matthew, the deceased, his deceased, Mr. G.O.N. Emmanuel, and the Wynand, currently Madam Justice Wynand Adrian Roberts. For some strange reason, or unknown to me, Mikey was of the view that I was born to be a judge. I don't know how he came to that conclusion, but this was his view. And he was most anxious to see my return to the judiciary alongside the names I mentioned. For this, of course, I am most grateful. When I returned to the judiciary, Mikey continued his support of me. I recalled one occasion, he tried to assist me by giving me some kind of gadget which would assist me in my note taking or dictation. I must admit, due to my then profound ignorance of such matters, I never made much progress in it. But events in terms of advancement took over. So Mikey, in his own unique style, was quite, as I said earlier, supportive of me. And during his many years as the bar president, and of course the registrar of the High Court, he would have met several chief justices of our courts, judges, and lawyers. And he would understand the profession, the need to defend the judiciary from unwarranted attacks. And I'm advised, served as a mentor to many young lawyers. It is in fact sad that Mikey has left us at this stage. But it brings my mind back to a song which was done somewhere in 1971, I believe, by a group called Kansas. The song is entitled Dust in the Wind. And in moments like this song always comes to my mind. It says, I close my eyes only for a moment, and the moment's gone. All my dreams pass before my eyes, curiosity. Dust in the wind, all they are is dust in the wind. Same old song, just a drop of water in an endless sea. All we do crumbles to the ground, though we refuse to see. Dust in the wind, all we are is just dust in the wind. Now, don't hang on. Nothing lasts forever, but the earth and sky. It slips away. And with all your money, won't another minute by. Dust in the wind, all we are is dust in the wind. Dust in the wind, everything is dust in the wind. On this moment where we meet to celebrate Mikey, I must condole with members of his family, sons, his brother Dave, and my good old classmates, George Fidelis Rooney. I do extend to them my profound condolences. I think I have said enough. And I again thank the judges and registrar and Ms. Sebastian for allowing me to partake in the proceedings for Michael Emmanuel Bruni. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice of Appeal Davidson Baptiste.
You forgot the Kelvin though.
I will now call upon Queen's Counsel, Mr. Justin L. Simon, son of the soil.
Thank you very much. May it please you, my lady, and may I also pay due respect to the members of the judiciary and the members of the bar who are all gathered within the Zoom environment to pay tribute to Michael Bruni. O death, where is thy sting? And where is thy victory? For those of us who knew Mikey, either on a personal basis or on a professional level, his sudden passing came as a shock, particularly for those of us who knew not of his health challenges or how serious their nature. Mikey was an affable character with a great sense of humor and someone who rose to the challenge of his profession and immersed himself not only at the local private bar, where he served as president, but also on the regional scene at the OECS Bar, where he served as treasurer. Only last year in St. Kitts, he was publicly recognized by the OECS Bar for his outstanding contribution in respect of his professional assistance and guidance throughout the years. As a 1985 graduate of our prestigious indigenous UE, University of the West Indies Law Faculty, which opened its doors in 1970, he has certainly left his mark as a person of sincerity, a person of great ability, and a professional in respect of his dealings, I'm sure not only to other members of the bar, but in respect of the public, members of the public who he interacted with. My last encounter with Mikey was only last year, late last year, at the CCJ, where we battled on the issue of the rights of squatters. Following our appearances by Zoom, we chatted humorously for a while, and I had to admire his attitude. Because notwithstanding the fact that we were adversaries on this matter, he recognized, win or lose, that he had made a contribution in respect of his advocacy to the development of our Caribbean jurisprudence. And may I say, as obiter dicta, to those counsel who are present and listening, that your aim in advocacy is to research so that your submissions are constructive and that you assist the court in arriving at a decision which is generally acceptable. The issue of win or lose becomes secondary in that regard. But that was the nature of the man whom today we pay tribute to, as we pour praises on him before the interment of his body. He will always be remembered. To his family, his friends, members of the bar, and those members of the public to whom he gave unfailing assistance and advice, I express my heartfelt sympathy. I have to admit that his passing has come as a shock to me, and I still feel and will feel for quite some time his loss. May his soul rest in eternal peace as we continue to contribute much to the world we live in, and particularly to the development of our Caribbean community. May it please you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Justin Simon QC. We will go back up the list to Her Honor, Miss Gloria Augustus, and she will be followed by the Registrar of Intellectual Property, Miss Athline Nesty.
May it please you, my lady, I wish to adopt the protocol established by this honorable court, and I want to apologize for the recent mishap. I rise as one who was involved with our colleague, brother, and friend, Mikey Bruni, in radio drama serials and theater from 1980s. I also got to share campus life at K-Ville with Mikey when I was doing my first degree in natural science and Mikey was a law student. Today, I am honored to read a tribute to Mikey Emmanuel Comrade Bruni on behalf of Dr. Alwyn Bruni, one who has interacted with Mikey from his schoolboy days up until his death. The tribute is as follows. My Friend and Comrade by Dr. Alwyn Bruni. When the modern history of Dominica is written, Mikey Bruni, actor, dramatist, broadcaster, lyricist, lawyer, and humanitarian, will certainly be identified as one of its giants. By 1970, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica had already gained their independence. The others were in the process of following. There was a general atmosphere of anticipation, joy, and hope in all the islands that the living conditions and lot of the population would be greatly improved with independence. Unfortunately, this euphoria did not last very long, and events leading up to the first general strike by the civil servants in Dominica caused the islands to begin to lose faith. The amazing flow of events that followed the strike are well documented. My story with Mikey begins in 1970 when I returned from K-Ville, all fired up to work towards the establishment of an independent and culturally aware Dominica. I was appointed head of the English department at the Dominica Grammar School, DGS, where I taught English in Form 5, general paper at Sifokol, and started the DGS Drama Club. At the DGS, I met with Daniel Cordero, his wife Candace, and a host of other clear-thinking young teachers who, like me, were looking forward to the prospects of Dominica becoming a sovereign state, an independent nation. As most of us were artists and writers, theater was chosen as a point of departure to this great new adventure in which we explored areas most in need of social and political changes. Mikey came on board as a multi-talented visionary who was to make a tremendous impact on the lives of Dominicans in the field of arts and culture. Mikey became the first president of the Dominica Grammar School Drama Club, a vibrant group where plays such as Brothers Five, Good Morning Miss Mealy, Strictly Matrimony, and Malfini were performed. He later joined the People's Action Theatre, PAT, in 1972, just in time to be part of the production of Speak, Brother Speak, a hard-hitting drama on Dominica's social structure and politics, written by Daniel Commodore, and which was taken to the inaugural Carifest in Guyana that August, where it attracted much attention with its rastas, reggae, music, and Babylon. The preparatory work for social change had begun, but unfortunately had ground to a halt with the banning of Daniel Commodore, known as DJ Papa D on DBS Radio, and his transference from DJS to a desk job at the PMH, thereby curtailing his so-called revolutionary ideas to the listening public, particularly the youth. This resulted in the first ever civil service strike in Dominica, led by the then leader of the CSA, Charles Savre, now His Excellency President of Dominica. The union eventually won, but by then Commodore had decided to leave Dominica and migrated to Canada. But the revolution had started. Alwyn's Bully play Strick was the next move, which ran for 30 performances at the St. Gerald's Hall, using a form of theatre patterned on the Calypso art form, which he referred to as Calypso Theatre. Scores of young people applied for membership in PAT, and a strong cadre became the life of the theatre, among which Mikey took on a major role as actor and lighting and sound technician. Mikey was a born leader, highly creative, a ball of pure energy with a great sense of humor, natural talent, and a comfortable stage presence. He had that unique ability to make people laugh while understanding the serious business of national development, which was at the forefront of the group's agenda. He also showed great potential as a storyteller, which served him well as a broadcaster, stage director, stage manager, and technical director. Mikey was a reliable support to me throughout this process. Mikey's roles included Copelape in the play Pio Pio, an extravagant musical which served as a centerpiece for the independence celebrations in 1978. He was also technical director on plays including Tija and His Brothers and Dream on Monkey Mountain, and also in the character Crab Soup in The Ruler. This day, many persons still refer to him as Crab Soup. In 1976, he directed his first play, The Night Box, starring Benji Shillingford and Carol Sevre, which was a smashing success. He was one of the main writers of the radio serials Green Gold, Winds of Change, and Secrets of La Cloche, which aired on DBS Radio in the 1980s. A perfectionist to the bone, nothing was too much for Mikey to do to ensure that the final product was of the highest possible standard. He wrote the lyrics of several calypsos for King Shaky and Rabbit, some of which were road match winners, including Deba Hudeba, Ronnie Solomon, You Follow, and One Found Chu. Although he did not overtly participate in partisan politics, he constantly upheld the maxims of fairness and impartiality in journalism. He had a wry sense of humor and a unique gift of making people laugh, even at themselves. So we laughed together and sometimes cried to see our country so divided. Mikey, I will always remember you and will strive to continue achieving high standards of theatrical production that we reached in the late 1970s and 80s. Farewell, my friend and comrade. Thank you, Your Ladyship, for this opportunity to let you know and let others know what you probably did not know about our comrade through the words of Dr. Alwyn Bully. May it please this honorable court. Thank you.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Her Honor, Miss Augustus. I certainly learned a lot about Mr. Bruni that I never knew, even though I've known him for a significantly long time. I will now call upon Ms. Athline Nesty, our Registrar of Companies and Intellectual Property. Ms. Nesty.
May it please you, my lady, I wish to adopt the protocol established by this honorable court. Mikey Bruni was a light-hearted, intelligent, patriotic, strong, and wonderful person, to say the least. I am honored and grateful to share a few words to honor our brother. There are few attorneys whom I have met and whom I have continuously considered as beautiful souls, whose energies is always welcoming. Mikey Bruni was such an attorney. He was frank, always stood for what he believed, and always placed a smile on one's face. Mikey Bruni was a caring individual who approached life with great passion, a true gentleman and a lover of the arts. My first long encounter with Michael Bruni was at my calling to the bar in 2011. He truly welcomed me to the bar then. I don't think Mikey ever wanted to call me by my name. He always referred to me as Young Nesty, or my father's name, Arthur, at times. I think he had a nickname for many attorneys, which all made us smile. He enjoyed informing me of his interactions with my father at his time at broadcasting. His personality was well suited for radio. Radio is one of the most important mediums to reach the public, where the message is controlled by the announcer. One always has to use radio for a positive impact. My memories of Michael Bruni on radio are nothing but positive and useful. My most powerful memory was during a hurricane. I was much younger, but I remember Mikey delivering commentary to the nation calmly and passionately as the events unfolded. He was a true patriot. The former DPP, my ex-boss, Mr. Gene Pestana, was one of his good friends. And so he always visited us to trouble, quote unquote, Mr. Pestana, many times during trial breaks. The joy in the interaction and the old talk brightened all who were present in the court. Waiting for trials or hearings, I would always choose to sit next to Mr. Bruni or in his presence as he relaxed any anxiety and spoke to you about your case or his. The lady, this was a similar trait of his good friend, Kevin Williams. His intelligence and amusing characteristics served well with his time on the bench. I appeared before him a few times as magistrate. His trials were always engaging, so as to never leave any stone unturned. And if ever anyone received any stern remarks from Mikey, the last words would always be one to leave you with a smile. Michael Bruni was passionate about the law. I remembered the Solicitor General and I, Mrs. Hyacinth Burton, went to St. Lucia for an appeal matter, and Mr. Bruni was also present. He ensured that we got a ride to the court and thereafter. On our way to court, he spoke to us about the case and informed us that he had received not a cent up to that point. However, he believed that justice had to be served. Mikey was the association in the Bar Association. He never passed anyone straight without greeting them. He believed in the bar and the law, and he was not afraid to express his stance on the law. He believed in the camaraderie of the Bar Association. The bar has lost one of its strongest pillars and tie, a beautiful soul. The most painful goodbyes are the ones which are never said. He has gone too soon, but will never be forgotten. May he forever rest in peace and smile and laugh with his comrades in heaven. From my family and the employees at companies and intellectual property to the family and friends of Michael Bruni, may God give you the strength and courage that you need. May it please you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Miss Athline Nesty. I will now call upon Miss Francine Baron Royer, former Attorney General.
May it please you, my lady. With your leave, I adopt the protocols already established by this honorable court. My lady, it is with a heavy heart that I address this court this morning after a long absence. When I found out just a few short months ago that Mikey was ill, I hoped and prayed that he would have been able to pull through. And of course, Mikey, with his nonchalant attitude, gave me hope. But alas, it was not to be. I had the privilege of first meeting Michael Bruni in 1993 when he was Registrar of the High Court, and I did a short summer stint at the registry when I was in my second year of law school. Everything that you have heard in this courtroom today about Mikey, and over the course of the last few days since his passing, in the tremendous outpouring of tributes, I witnessed in my interactions with Mikey. And it shows the very high esteem in which our colleague was held. At work, Mikey was a consummate professional. He was a perfectionist and wanted things done right. He understood the responsibility of the weighty office of registrar and the importance of maintaining the integrity of the system. He had tremendous respect for the judiciary and insisted on proper protocol and process being followed, qualities that we could all do well to emulate. But Mikey also enjoyed a good line. So after work, he would encourage anyone who was willing to come join him at any of his usual hangout spots. Many of us knew Flamingos because of Mikey. He was one to duvet all over the country and be as comfortable in any rum shop as he was in a courtroom addressing the judge. My ladies, when we speak about the warmth, friendliness, and hospitality of Dominicans, Mikey was the epitome of that. He made it his duty to make visitors to our shores feel comfortable and welcome. He ensured that the experience in Dominica was an enjoyable one, whether it was visiting justices, lawyers, or just friends. If you were able to keep up with him, Mikey would have you liming through the night and into the wee hours of the morning. He had boundless energy and stamina. Mikey was always trying to foster greater camaraderie and close bonds among members of the bar. Under his stewardship as president of the bar, we also forged closer links with the OECS Bar and OKBA. The name of Mikey Bruni is well known within the legal fraternity in the region. There were so many things that were quintessentially Mikey. He loved being in the background, arranging and orchestrating events, but he never sought the limelight. He never wanted it to be about him. If he had had his way, we probably would not have had the special sitting today. He would have retired quietly, away from the public glare, without any fuss or fanfare. My lady, there were many things about Mikey Bruni that I admired. He had a great sense of humor and found a way to impart his knowledge and provide guidance and encouragement to others in a subtle but effective way. He inspired others to become better versions of themselves. Over the years, he encouraged many of his staff to pursue their studies, one or two of which became attorneys themselves. Despite his commitment to the law, Mikey had great love for the media. Whenever there was any major event occurring in Dominica, like a disaster or an election, Mikey's voice would always be heard on the airwaves, reporting on those events. From time to time, we would also hear him reading the news on DBS. One of his fervent wishes was to establish a community-based radio, where a network of reporters in communities across the island would report on positive events happening in their communities and encourage enlightened discourse on matters. When he spoke to me about it recently, I could hear the passion in his voice and regret that he had not yet done it. Mikey Bruni was a mentor, a friend, an entertainer, a father, a brother, an advisor, a teacher, a true Dominican patriot. I extend deepest condolences to his sons, Ken, Karen, and Donnie, the other members of his family and friends. May you find solace in the fact that Mikey was loved and appreciated by so many persons that he encountered on his life journey. And now he has embarked on a new journey, and we hope that we will meet him again. Rest well, my friend. May it please you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baron Royer. I will now call upon His Honor, Mr. Bernard Paquet. Is Mr. Paquet present?
May it please, milady, I'd like to accept the existing list of protocol as my own. I too would like to add my condolences to the family, his sons, especially Karen, who I got to know recently, his friends, co-workers, colleagues, and the citizens of Dominica on such an irreplaceable loss of a statesman and a servant. I first knew about Mikey as a teacher at the Dominica Grammar School. I was a student then at St. Mary's Academy, and I remember thinking he did not look much older than the students that he was teaching. I heard him on the radio and saw him around town. We greeted each other politely whenever we met. We became friends when he came back to the bench, on the bench, shortly after I joined the magistracy in 2013. He appeared before me a few times before reascending the bench, and while on the bench as a part-time magistrate and full-time lawyer. We became closer over time. I did not tell you, milady, that he was a phenomenal public servant. It is well documented. That he served the Commonwealth of Dominica in the field of teaching, theater, broadcasting, and law to the very end. For this, our nation and its people is very grateful. However, what makes him special is that he was a friend with a wicked sense of humor. His sense of humor radiated even in the face of adversity, even through his recent illness. I'm sure that some of you got the song, the Mighty Sparrow song that I received, that Mikey sent to his concerned friends. So it turned out that Mikey had to go to Martinique, as the chief magistrate said, for a medical appointment on the weekend of April 17th this year. In order to do so, he had to arrange to be picked up by the air ambulance because of the current COVID situation. and that to be taken to the airport. This required him to be admitted to the Princess Margaret Hospital and be transported via ambulance to the airport. That was not the problem. The problem was he did not tell anybody. Mikey told no one. So that when he was seen being transported from the hospital to the airport and onto an air ambulance, speculation abounded. Well, as you would have it, speculation and gossip was the order of the day. Everyone was concerned. I got a number of calls trying to find out what I knew about his condition. That I immediately sent him a WhatsApp message. I said, "Good morning, comrade. Hopefully you are pulling through. Please let me know what your position is if you are able to answer this message. I am concerned." Mikey returned to Dominica the following day and sent me his many friends a copy of the song by the Mighty Sparrow, "Who Killed the Sparrow, Nobody Knows." Ladies, his best friend, Lockhart Sebastian, upon receiving that song, was not amused. In fact, he was indignant. He responded with some colorful language, which for obvious reasons cannot be repeated in this august body. He concluded his WhatsApp message by saying, "Always take everything for a joke. If I ever call your phone or message you again, tell the police I threatened to kill you." That was the nature of his sense of humor, even at a time of grave personal medical condition. He was an enigma in the sense that I can best describe him and his personality as two birds. The rook, a large gregarious blackbird found in Scandinavia and Western Europe, which nests collectively in group nests known as rookeries, and the bald eagle, who spend their winters alone. Our relationship reflected that reality, and we conformed to it. When we wanted to be together, we were together. When we wanted to be alone, we were alone. So it was quite normal for us not to have communicated for weeks. And upon a chance meeting, unplanned and unscheduled, to end up hours later at his favorite watering hole, the Flamingo Bar. I will miss those moments, not just for the libation, but the conversation. We spoke about everything and everybody. I got to know about his friend and mentor, Justice Odell Adams, when they worked together, he being the registrar and Justice Adams, the judge. We spoke about the magistrate's court and the magistrates. We discussed the law, its strengths and failings. I will miss the official functions and the funerals of fallen comrades that we attended together. We always arranged to meet at the end of each. We would indeed leave the cemetery together, and I will leave our destination to your imagination. Tomorrow, I will leave the cemetery without him, physically. However, he will be with me in spirit. And who knows, you may be able to join us at Flamingo. Rest with you in peace, my dear comrade. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, we will now move on to the members of the private bar, and in recognition for her absolute seniority, I will call on Miss Lisa DeFreitas to present the tribute of Miss Dupini. Miss DeFreitas, are you there?
Yes, milady. Thank you, milady. Thank you, milady. May it please the court, I wish to adopt the protocol already established by the court. May I first apologize to the court for the absence of Miss Dupini, who is unable to be present to address the court in person. Ms. Dupini has asked that I read her address to the court, if it pleases the court. Michael went too soon. I got to know Michael on his admission to the bar in Dominica in October 1988, and found him to be a well-mannered and charming young man. In fact, a gentleman. Notwithstanding our age difference, a friendship developed between us, and in 2007, we became partners. Mikey, as he was popularly called, was a people's person, very friendly and always ready to assist all those who called upon him or needed his help. Irrespective of his friendliness, he was a very private person and did not discuss his personal affairs, neither did he revel in fanfare. He was a good organizer and a strong believer. He was also very honest and thrifty, and took the opportunity whenever occasions arose to travel overseas to purchase items at sales for his office. Michael was also a very humorous person and loved cricket. He would spend many a sleepless night or wake in the wee hours of the morning to watch international cricket matches, whether it be a test match or a 2020 match or a one-day international. He had strange working habits and often said that he works much better at night than in the daytime, with the result that, unless obliged to do so, he seldom worked in the afternoons, but used that time to visit his clients, to acquaint himself with their cause or matter, or to attend a funeral, wherever it may be, or some other activity. One is left to wonder, when did he ever rest? But this is the person he was, always on the go. Michael was well versed in the law and put his knowledge to the use of his clients and other persons who needed his assistance. The last time I spoke with Michael was on Sunday, the 17th of May last. On answering the phone call that evening, he said to me in his usual humorous manner, "I am going ahead to secure a place for you." I replied jokingly and we laughed about it. This telephone call lasted for more than 3 hours, from a few minutes before 8 o'clock in the evening until 11 o'clock that night. It was a very informative, pleasant, and humorous conversation, and I will always remember it. He bore his suffering with no complaints, and one would hardly believe that night that he was ill. Adieu, Mikey. You will surely be sadly missed. Rest in eternal peace, my friend. May it please the court.
Thank you very much, Miss DeFreitas. I will now call upon Mrs. Singua Williams. Mrs. Williams. Please unmute your mic. Top right-hand corner of your screen. Top right-hand corner of your screen.
Come on.
Great.
Yeah. May it please you, my lady? It's okay now. I wish to adopt the protocol already established, and to the members of the family of Mikey, the members of the judiciary, including Leadership and Justice Roberts,
the members of the bar, distinguished guests, who are too many to mention and who are joined together in grief. I bring you condolences from the Committee of Concerned Lawyers who also share your grief. The law fraternity in Dominica and in the region by extension has lost one of its brightest lights in Mikey. Death is always difficult for us, the ones who are left behind, to reconcile with. Mikey, the broadcaster. I will always remember the first time I met Mikey. I had just started high school. It was in the 1970s. I remember his voice on the radio because there was no TV at the time, and radio was the main form of receiving information. Newspapers were not widely circulated. The DBS, Dominica Broadcasting Corporation, was the only medium. And at that time, my lady, there was lots of activism. The Black Power movement was on the rise, and so was the anti-establishment of the Dread movement. Mikey was one of the leading broadcasters, and his voice, my lady, was synonymous with DBS. Mikey was also involved in the People's Action Theatre, which was headed by Dr. Alwyn Bully. Mikey was an actor in many plays. It was a platform in which society's values were reflected with plays such as The Streak. Mikey the Scholar. Mikey was merely 9 years old when he topped the common entrance in 1967. He was not only a good orator, he was also very good in physics and mathematics. He was an all-rounded person, being good in arts and sciences. He was so brilliant. Mikey could have been anything. Mikey never spoke about above the level of the common man and was always for the underdog. He never used his education and his learnings in law against the common man. As a magistrate, he saw the law as being more than statutes written down in books. It was about the dignity of human beings, especially when it concerned the young offenders. Mikey as a magistrate was about improving people's lives. He consistently addressed the accused in the criminal courts in a very respectful manner, gave them an opportunity to give a proper account of their story. He listened attentively, taking what was said by the accused in his deliberation. In that way, Mikey understood and appreciated that everyone had a right to be heard and that the law would be unjust unless the underprivileged had the same protection in law as the more fortunate. Mikey as registrar from the 1980s, I believe it was 1989, he became registrar. He was very meticulous. I succeeded Mikey as registrar in 1993. He then left and went into private practice. He practiced law in a way that was inclusive of all, my lady. He would always be remembered, and rightly so, as an affable person, good-natured and easy to talk to, especially among the younger lawyers who needed him. He was very generous with his knowledge, almost in every area of the law. He would send you the learning when you're on your feet. He would get the book for you. In terms of procedure, he was good. He was always concerned to maintain the majesty and dignity of the law. He was very concerned about court protocol. He was witty and good-humored individual and often enjoyed his own jokes. My last conversation with Mikey was on Saturday, the 8th of February, when my husband's body was repatriated from England. We were waiting the arrival of Kevin's body at the Rosa terminal when Mikey disembarked from the boat. He approaches me and he says, "Isn't it ironic that I should be the one accompanying Kevin on his last leg of his journey?" He survived Kevin by exactly 5 months. Kevin died on the 24th of January 2020, and Mikey died on the 24th of June 2020. Their journeys cross paths in life and in the profession and in the end. In my mind, I wonder if Kevin handed over the baton. I would like to think of them sitting up in heaven, discussing and cracking legal chestnuts. To his siblings, his children, we say, take courage. This too shall pass, and we shall continue to cherish these memories. Mikey left giant footsteps for us to follow. He made his mark, and definitely he has left Dominica a better place. He was a Dominican to the bone. Mikey was synonymous with broth, his socializing, and his dominoes. He loved greeting his fellow men as comrades. Mikey, the broadcaster, the scholar, the magistrate, and lawyer, was a family man, a friend, and an amazing human being. He will always be remembered fondly. He went away too soon and will surely be missed. Mikey's soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Blomkist Williams. I will now call upon Mr. Anthony Commodore. Mr. Commodore.
Good morning, my ladies, and thank you for the opportunity to address this august crowd. It is not often I get to be enlisted in such matters, but I want to thank the President of the Bar Association, President Felix Evans, for calling me to find out whether I wanted to ask a few words about Michael Bruni's passing. My ladies, I wish I adopt the established protocol of the court, and I want to say, apart from Justice of Appeal, Davidson Kelvin Baptist, and probably Mr. Iliu Charles, I have gone across the entire group of people sitting here today. I believe I am one of the few people who can say I've known Michael Bruni for almost 50 years. I first met Michael Bruni when I went to the grammar school in 1969, and he was at a higher class than me, and it always bothered me how a little boy like that should be in a higher class than myself. Anyway, when I got to know that his mother was a principal, I said, well, he's advantaged because he had this teacher at his home and a teacher at school. During grammar school, we got to know each other on a friendly basis and into his acting thing. I was a member of the Dominica Grammar School Bible Club, doing a little bit of acting there. So Mikey used to come in and help us with our performances. But after the Dominica Grammar School, Mikey and I continued to be friends. Not like everybody else has drinking bodies. We are not really a drinking body. But Mikey always kept in touch with me. And my ladies, and all assembled, it was Michael Bruni who first lit that little touch of being a lawyer in my life. I was a custom officer for probably 15 or so years. And one day in 1980 something, Michael Bruni called me and he said to me, what would I think about going to study law? I laughed. And he said to me he was going to do a program, but he had to do English or something of that sort. And he was looking for 4 people to work with him because he had to repeat English for some reason. And he said he had called myself, Tim Dura, Martin Anthony, and him. But knowing Michael Bruni, he never stayed quiet in one place. So next thing I heard from him was in Barbados, studying law. So I did not know where this offer passed and what happened to it. So I continued working as a custom officer. And years later, I decided to embark with the help of Gildon Richards, who was my lecturer in CPA, who really pushed me to the deep end when he saw how I did in constitutional law. When Michael Bruni came back home from law school, he immediately got in touch with me and told me that he was back home. I remember meeting his brother who just died in England from COVID, they said, and he told me he was in Dominica to attend Michael's being called to the bar. But he said, how could you call me all the way from England to attend Michael being called to the bar when Michael lives in the bar? I just laughed and I didn't answer to that. My lady, when I came back from studying as a lawyer, Michael Bruni was always there with a shoulder to lean on. I remember Michael Bruni, Mikey, Gerard Burton, and to a lesser extent, Alec Lawrence, a person I could call with confidence to ask certain questions and for assistance. Why I always call Mikey first is because Mikey was never scoffful. He would never scorn at you as if that Mr. Dono, while some people would behave like that towards you. He always saw it fitting to assist people when he had to assist them. I can say everything that has been said about Mikey, both in print, on this morning, has been said since his death. I can concur to them. But I had my own experiences with Mikey Bruni, as lawyer, as magistrate. When Mikey, I appeared before him sometime in Portsmouth, and when I saw he was so clinical, he was so good, I said to him at the end of the day when I met him, why don't you apply to be a judge? And he said to me, comrade, he didn't call me comrade, he said, comrade, I'm not in this thing for money. I am there because I see the backlog in the court system, magistrate court, so I want to help to clear up the backlog. So I said to him, but I think you would be a very good judge. He just laughed and he said, no, comrade, I'm not interested in that thing. Sometime later, Michael, I was thrown into the arena in a battle for the state against two giants in a matter which entailed defending $100 million for the government against the government of Dominica. Again, I had to turn to Michael Bruni. And this matter went to the chambers process, open court process, and into the Court of Appeal. I was heartened to see Michael sitting at the court that day at the Court of Appeal because I was put through the ropes by the sitting judges, especially Justice Redhead, who is also deceased now. And when the judges gave $100,000 in cost, there was a big murmur in the court. And Michael Bruni was the one I remember that day. I can really remember that Michael Bruni was one of the few persons, he was the only person on that day, by the time I sat back in legal affairs or AG's chamber, who called me and said to me where I had gone wrong in certain things. But seeing that I had gotten that amount of cost, he congratulated me and said to me to keep it up. He never stopped mentioning that to me, that I have to keep up myself. I remember some time ago, after that, he came to me and he said to me that they were looking for a judge for Seychelles. And because of the fact that I'm from Grenby, I know Patois, he had recommended me. But I was not interested in going to Seychelles because I didn't know where Seychelles was. I had no intention of going to Seychelles. And Michael would always come to me when there were openings in other places. I remember Mikey being disappointed at the way we moved from the court on the opening of court. And he would always come to me and say, comrade, things are breaking down, you know. See what is happening. Everybody just moving around the place. When we were called to the bar, we were in that thing, we used to move around seniority, two proper lines and this kind of things. He always brought that up to me. And I also said to him, Mikey, try to talk to them about it because you know I am the Wafet Liverpool already, so I can't tell him anything. And Mikey had a kind of respect for the court, a very, very deep respect for the court. I did it one time I went to court and I had a matter when Mikey Bruni was in the court. I was feeling nauseous, and then somebody said to me, get a piece of ginger and put it in your mouth. I went to Mikey to ask for a question about something, and Mikey answered me very politely. And at the end of it, he just said to me, you are chewing. Although I was trying my best not to move my lips, I don't know how I was chewing. That is the kind of respect Michael had for the courts. To him, respect for the court, respect for law was paramount. Everything that has been said about Michael, I can repeat it, but I will not repeat all these things. I also got stuck in Zoom because I was not too much acquainted with that Zoom thing before now. And even during his sickness, I called him on my phone. I said, Mikey, I'm stuck with that Zoom thing. And he said, okay, comrade, go to that corner, do this, do that. And if you cannot get through with it, then you can call Conley or Kieran. I could see at that time that he was not really well. So when I got to know that Mikey was flown the last time to Martinique, I called him, I contacted him on my WhatsApp, and I said to him, Mikey, what is happening? I understand you were flown to Martinique. He replied in his usual fashion, I am back home now. But didn't the reporter tell you that I came back home and I drove back to my home by myself? That is Mikey Bruni for you. He didn't really want to let people know he's sick or to mind his business. He would only mind what he wanted you to mind. So I continue conversing with him, communicating with him on WhatsApp. And one time he said something to me, sent me something. I said to him, Mikey, you do something, you are the best. If any person says otherwise, they are jealous of you. Not knowing that I was going to tell him this thing for the last time. I was going to speak to him for the last time. When this COVID thing came around, we were at the court. I think that was the last time I met him in the court because everybody was sent out because of whatever reason. We couldn't have court in the building. And he came to me and said to me, Comrade, I said, yes, Mikey, have you ever think of going back to the bench? I started to laugh. And he said to me, no, I'm serious. So we spoke about it. I told him I'm not really interested anymore. So he left it at that. He said to me, anyway, consider it. Because he gave me all reason why I should consider it. But I never consider it. I'm not going to consider it. Because Michael Bruni was always there for people. I do not want to go over everything he did, but I know I was in class with his younger brother, George. I knew, because even when the brother Reggie passed, I was surprised to know that Reggie is older than Mikey. Because Mikey was always so a busybody and always behaving like a bigger man than Reggie. So I used to think Reggie was Mikey's little brother. And when Reggie died in England, Mikey sent me a WhatsApp with a little candle on the top of it on his WhatsApp with his brother's picture in it. And he said to me, we are going to have a mass for his brother. I sent him back, I said, Mikey, this is my birthday, you know. But anyway, I will make sure I attend it on Zoom. And he sent back an apology. I said, no, there's no need to apologize. I'm just letting you know that it is my birthday. And that was the last message I got from Mikey. After that message, the profile picture on his phone went off. I still have the number on my phone and nobody answers anything to it. So I said, probably nobody's using it. But I just want to add to everything that has been said about Michael Bruni. I personally, I can tell you from my heart that I am going to miss Michael Bruni. Some time ago, a lady from Grand Bay Mountain, where I'm from, came to my office and said to me, Bruni was doing something for her. She lives in St. Thomas, and Bruni didn't do it for her in time. I said to her, but you live in St. Thomas, how did you know? So she said to me, I don't even know where his office is. I took him on my vehicle and I brought him to Virgin Lane. I told him to go up that step and ask for Mr. Bruni. True to form, before I could sit back down here, Mikey was on the phone telling me, comrade, thank you. Not many lawyers will do that for you. So I told Mikey, you have done so much for me and you're doing so much for me that I can never double cross you or take your client from you for any reason. And I just want to end by extending my condolences to his children, to his family, especially my classmate and schoolmate, George. But my ladies, I want to end by saying a very short saying from Shakespeare's Macbeth. And it says, death lays his mighty hands on kings. And we have all of us sitting here and listening this afternoon or this afternoon must take that into consideration that death must lay his mighty hands on us. And I want us to remember, no matter what positions we hold, no matter how important we feel, like Justice Baptist has said, we are all dust to be blown out in the wind. I must say that it is something that is being said to us as lawyers, for in the last 13 to 14 months, 4 eminent lawyers have been called from here to the great beyond. My lady, whatever we may achieve here is going to stay here because we met it here. Whatever people say about us now is going to stay here. I am just wondering how many of us who are now giving Mikey all these kudos said anything pleasant or nice to him during his lifetime. Let us try to tell people the nice things we think about them while they are alive. Mikey cannot tell us now. Another thing too is Michael Bruni is blessed because he was given an opportunity to repent from whatever sins he had. He would not die suddenly. I said the same thing about Kevin Williams. two good souls, two great human beings. And I'm not looking for flattery from anybody. But what we have to understand is, wherever Mikey is lying today, one day we shall lie there. And as I am a lay associate in the Catholic Church, every sharing I do with a community, I end by saying, there is only one life to live. It will soon be past. It's only what is done for Christ will last. And that is something we have to keep in our minds. No matter how high we ascend the scales of success, scales of success in this life, it is only going to stay there to be blown out in the wind. I wish to send my condolences to his family, especially to George, my classmate, his children, and every other person that is associated with him. And my ladies, I wish to thank you, and again, thank the President for giving that opportunity to say a few words. May it please you, my ladies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commodore. I will now call upon Mr. Ray Harris, who I'm told was called on the same day as Mr. Bruni. Mr. Ray Harris. Can you unmute your mic, sir?
Thank you, Your Ladyship. I humbly adopt the protocol already established by the court. Michael Emmanuel Bruni was a true friend, a comrade, the kind of friend that even if you have not seen him for months, for that matter for years, when you meet him, there was an immediate bond, a unity, an einity, as some more grassroots brothers would say, an authenticity that you only feel from someone whose sincerity is self-evident. Michael was not only a loving soul, but a brilliant lawyer, as sharp as a razor. Whenever we met and spoke about matters of law or otherwise, we both knew that we could trust each other implicitly, and therefore we spoke candidly, straight from the heart. Although throughout my career, I have generally done most of my work cloistered away. Whenever I felt the need for discussion on a point of law, besides my older brother Geoffrey, or nowadays the CPC, Mrs. Richard Xavier, my brother Eliud Charles, or the Attorney General, Honorable Levi Peter, or others before him who held that position, I would also call my bright young friend, Michael Bruni. I've dealt with many lawyers over the years, but the unassuming Michael Bruni stood out. Michael had all the attributes of an excellent lawyer. Great communication skills, great judgment, logical, analytical, a refined legal mind, and creative, as we would sometimes discuss ways and means of improving certain subject areas of the law. His creativity and communication skills were also reflected in his sterling contribution to Dominica's culture and as a media personality. He was a consummate broadcaster, and we will all certainly miss his calm, professional, resonant voice, especially during disasters and at the conclusion of a stressful election. Mikey was an amiable brother with a sense of humor second to none. The ability to make others burst out in spontaneous laughter is a special gift. As we all know, laughter is therapeutic and very, very useful in diffusing stressful situations. not only has the legal fraternity lost an outstanding member, but Dominica has lost an outstanding, humble spirit soul we all knew as Michael Bruni, a Dominican par excellence. May the passage of his spirit soul through the more subtle realms or mansions of our Father's house be smooth, peaceful, and immensely blessed. In conclusion, I extend on behalf of my wife and I condolences and love to his children, his siblings, and the rest of his family. May they be encircled with light of love and protection. I thank you for your patience and indulgence. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray Harris, and thank you everybody for your patience. My apologies to Mrs. Privo, who I call Ma Privo, for not calling you before, but the floor is now open to you, Mrs. Joan Privo, one of our senior lawyers and former registrar. Ma Privo.
Thank you, milady. Thank you, milady, and good day to you and good day to everyone. Through you, I would like to adopt the protocol established already to recognize the family of the departed colleague, Mikey Bruni. Mikey and I had a very good relationship. I call him Mickey. For whatever reason, I could not say Mikey. So I was calling him Mickey all the time. And of course, between us, he called me Auntie June all the time. So we had that standing joke, Mickey and Auntie June. Thank you for the opportunity, milady, affording me to say just a few words in honor of Mikey. I would like to endorse the sentiments expressed here by the previous speakers, including their justices and all the earlier speakers. They all spoke in glowing terms about Mikey and his integrity and character. And I believe this is an occasion to point out to the young members of the bar the real Michael Bruni as a professional. He was passionate, not only of the law, which we have heard already, but also of the legal profession in itself. He always lamented the fact that many legal practitioners were not interested in or of being active members of the Bar Association. Michael was president of the bar for several terms and years, and he insisted to members that they could not just be an association in isolation, but they should ensure that we were in good standing with regional and international legal associations. He hardly missed an OECS Bar meeting whenever that meeting was convened in the region. He paid his own way, that's what I know, and I'm not sure how much he ever recouped from the local association, because we were very often out of funds. He always reported on the discussions in those meetings and kept us informed of any regional developments and the decisions taken. The troubling question of the payment of bar association fees was always on the table. How can an association function without the advantage of paid fees, the dues? Mikey also tried to persuade and convince many of us to try to do something about the ever constant backlog of cases in the magistrate's courts. His solution: bar members should offer themselves to be part-time magistrates. He put his money where his mouth was. He offered himself, hoping others would follow. And he became one, and he maintained that position until his death. I am not sure how many of us were persuaded to join him. Milady, through you, I would like to express sincere condolences on behalf of myself and my family to the children, brothers and sisters, and the wider Bruni family on the passing of Mikey. I have special greetings. I would like also to extend sympathies on behalf of Council Chambers, Mary Roberts, who knows so many members of the family, especially the girls, his sisters, Connie, Shirley, Paula, and Paulette. I know I'm very well acquainted with his brothers, Dave, Rollins, and George. I remember seeing Karen when he was a very small boy, but I cannot remember seeing him as an adult, but I know that he's a lawyer. And so, on behalf of myself and my family, I would, and Chelsea as well, I would like to extend sincere condolences once more, Milady, through you. May the Lord continue to console them, and we must remember that it is a debt all of us must pay. If it pleases you, Milady, these are the few words I would like to say.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Privo. I will now call upon Mrs. Noelise Knight Didier. Mrs. Didier, are you hearing me?
Yes, my lady, I am. My lady, I noticed that Council Ms. DeFreitas was ahead of me. I'm not sure if her ladyship has.
I do not know if Ms. DeFreitas wants to speak on her personal behalf. Ms. DeFreitas?
Yes, my lady, if it pleases the court, I would like to.
Okay, very well. Ms. DeFreitas followed by Mrs. Knight Didier. This always happens in court. Always.
I'm obliged to you, my lady, and to Mrs. Knight Didier. Thank you, my lady. My lady, I wish again to adopt the protocol already established by this court, if it pleases the court. My lady, when I joined the chambers of DeFreitas and DeFreitas, as it was then known, Miss Francine Baron, who enjoyed a very good relationship with Mr. Bruni, practiced out of the chambers. Through their relationship and through my stint on the executive of the Bar Association, whilst Mr. Bruni was the president, I came to interact with Mr. Bruni frequently. Mrs. Hazel Johnson of our chambers also served on the executive of the Bar Association, whilst Mr. Bruni was the president. Our friendship with Mr. Bruni blossomed out of these interactions. I think we can all agree that Mr. Bruni had a good sense of humor. He was able to inject humor into any situation, and that made the people around him feel very comfortable. As Ms. Nesty mentioned a bit earlier, many were christened with nicknames by Mr. Bruni. Miss Robinson, a member of his administrative staff, was better known as Auntie. Miss Baron, Bowie. I don't recall my first nickname, but for the past 10 years or so, I was better known to him as Mama L. As of recent, I learned that Miss Frampton was better known as the silent majority. To this day, my lady, I often wonder how Mrs. Johnson escaped without a nickname. Mr. Bruni was a gentleman, my lady, one of the few men who would open the door for a lady. Once in his company, he would ensure that you got home safely. If that meant that he had to drive you home, irrespective of how busy he was, he would, and without hesitation. Whilst he served on the executive of the Bar Association, he made it a point of duty to reach out to senior members of the profession. He would visit and offer to assist in any way that he could. Mr. Bruni had the utmost respect for the court and displayed this whenever he would appear before the court. I recall an instance when he had a matter before the High Court, but was not robed. I assisted Mr. Bruni by making an appearance on his behalf. The court gave priority to his matter as he was a sitting magistrate at the time and needed to get back to his court. After the matter was dealt with, I took my seat and another lawyer was on her feet. Mr. Bruni had me interrupt to impress on the court his gratitude and that of the prisoners on remand for prioritizing his matter. He was well versed in and had a penchant for the traditions of the profession, milady. He was always keen to share his knowledge of protocols, thereby doing his part in ensuring that those traditions lived on. Mr. Bruni was a multi-talented person with a dynamic personality. He was able to relate to persons from any background. And milady, I think that can be attributed to his breadth of talents and experience. Be it cricket, the media, law, theater, current events, Mr. Bruni could find a topic of conversation that would pique the interest of his company. He was therefore able to relate to the ordinary man, the youth, the elderly, senior and junior members of the profession, judges, magistrates. He could relate to them all. His contribution and devotion to the profession, milady, is undeniable. It ranged from his service as registrar, his service as a magistrate, his service on the executive of the Bar Association, and his contribution to Dominica's jurisprudence as a private practitioner. Mr. Bruni challenged the interpretation which had been placed on the Title by Registration Act as it related to adverse possession in the David George and Albert Gain matter, an interpretation which the Bar had generally accepted. Mr. Bruni's argument was that in order to defeat a certificate of title on the basis of adverse possession, an application needed to be made to the court. He argued that the register of titles must reflect the state of the title to the land, and a person must be able to rely on the register with certainty. Along the way, milady, Mr. Bruni was able to convince 6 out of the 9 judges who heard the matter of his argument, the learned judge of the High Court, 3 learned justices of appeal of the Court of Appeal, and 2 out of the 5 learned justices of appeal on the CCJ. In fact, very strong dissenting judgments were delivered by the 2 dissenting justices of appeal of the CCJ. It is clear that this is an area deserving of legislative reform, and I appeal to the powers that be to pay attention to it. Milady, when I told my father, with whom Mr. Bruni also enjoyed a good relationship, of Mr. Bruni's passing, he went silent for a while and then said, "The good ones are leaving us." Indeed, the Dominica Bar has lost 4 of its members within the past few months, milady. All good ones, milady. For some of us, Mr. Bruni's untimely passing puts perspective on this very fragile life which we live. It is hard for me to believe that 4 months ago, Mr. Bruni presided over his court as a magistrate, and here we are today, paying tribute to his life. Milady, as we reflect on our own mortality, as Mrs. Felix Evans did, I invite you to join me in renewing our commitment to building a more just society. Milady, on behalf of my partner, Mrs. Hazel Johnson, our associate, Ms. Yakima Coffey, and our entire chambers, on behalf of my father, I wish to extend deepest sympathies and condolences to our colleague, Karen, to Mr. Bruni's family, Ms. Dupini, Mr. Bruni's partner, and the staff at Dupini, Bruni and Associates. Take comfort in the fact that Mr. Bruni made the most of the time that he was given. May his soul rest in perfect peace. May it please the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. DeFreitas. And the floor is now yours, Mrs. Noel Didier.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I wish to adopt the protocol established by the court. If it pleases the court, I rise, albeit in a virtual way, to say a brief farewell to our departed colleague, Mr. Mikey Bruni, just as he rose to say a few words on my behalf when I was being called to the bar in 2003. My ladies, Mikey, like many of my colleagues before me would have said, was not only an excellent lawyer, but a patriot, a good friend, a confidant when required, a mentor, a supportive, easygoing, and fun-loving person. Yet, even with his easygoing nature, he was a stickler for court courtesies, protocol, and doing things right when it came to the traditions and courtesies of our profession. He felt that any breakaway from the decorum that he himself met when he joined the profession was taking us to the cusp of a slippery slope from the descent of which there would be no returning ascent. And so, Mikey would never cease to warn, comment, and advise, even when other senior lawyers tired of doing so. My ladies, Mikey was one of the first lawyers that I ever spoke with, ever in my life. At my father's request, he met with me when I was a student. We had breakfast together at the then Continental Hotel, and he grilled me about why I was studying law and whether I was ready to put in the work that would be required of me to be successful. Throughout my career, I continued to look up to Mikey, and he continued to generously render his advice, knowledge, and camaraderie to me. For this, I will always be thankful. I served with Mikey for many years on the executive of the Bar Association, along with Mrs. Francine Baron, Ms. DeFreitas, Mrs. Johnson, and others. My lady, on the executive, it was in different iterations throughout the years, but in all of those iterations, Mr. Bruni was the president. In that role, he provided a true example of selfless, relentless, and thankless service to one's professional body, even at times when support may have been spasmodic at best. It is because of his example that I continued to offer myself for service on the Bar Association over the years. My ladies, one of Mikey's dream projects for the Bar Association, as Mrs. Heather Felix Evans pointed out, was the production and hosting of a radio program in which members of the bar would share their knowledge, analyses, and views of various areas of the law with the public. My lady, it is my fervent hope that such a project will certainly be further explored by the present executive and other members of the bar and be given life in memory of our departed colleague. Hopefully, my lady, it will be given life, not in the abstract period of in time, as Mrs. Felix Evans indicated, but by a specified time, failing which an unless order will be sought against the executive. My lady, however, having placed this burden upon them, I wish to pledge my assistance towards making it happen. In closing, I wish to express to Mr. Bruni's children and other family members, his partner, his staff, my heartfelt condolences on behalf of my entire family, including my father, Alvin Knight, who was his friend and fellow radio broadcaster, and my mother, Francisca. I also wish to reinforce to you, his family, adding to the voices that have already made this clear, that Mikey's life was impactful. He made a difference. May we all strive to do so. Mikey, we will miss you. May your soul rest in peace. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Knight Didier. I will now call upon Mr. Wayne Norde. Is Mr. Wayne Norde there? Mr. Norde.
May it please you, my lady, can you hear me?
Yes. I'm hearing you now.
Thank you. My lady, with your leave, I would like to adopt the protocol already established. And you would agree with me that it is very difficult to continue to say good things about Mr. Bruni, because all the speakers before, they actually stole my words and my nice phrases. So it's a difficult position to speak now. But what I can say about Mr. Bruni is that I knew him even before I became a lawyer. And at that time, I was a clerk in the court. And my first impression of him was that he was a comedian. So I went home saying that, but that lawyer there can never be serious. But as time passed, I realized and I appreciated his knowledge and understanding of the law. I think his favorite target was Mrs. Dyer. For all the years, every time he see Mrs. Dyer, he would have to tease her with the Bajan accent over and over and over again. And I realized she never commented or never got angry at him, but maybe she was accustomed with that relationship. So I knew that he had a great love and appreciation for Mrs. Dyer. Mr. Bruni seconded my call to the bar, and in doing so, he made me cry. He made me cry. But days after, he called me to the bar, and we had laughs and we had smiles. As the other speaker said, he was a stickler for protocol and process. And he always commented that the system is breaking down, And in his own words, he would say, "Comrade, no fini batui." And I will always remember those words. He was a great advocate for the profession in that he always commented on the relationship between lawyers. And he would tell me, "So why don't you just pick up the phone and call Mrs. Yearwood? Why are you writing a letter for?" So he sort of encouraged that camaraderie between lawyers. And to be honest, I can say it bluntly, that is sort of deteriorating. I can say that. And he encouraged that, lawyers have a better relationship. And I hope in his passing that we can continue to follow his footsteps in having a better profession, do all that we can do. But what he left with me so much was his humility, that he was so very humble, so very, very humble. And as Mr. Commodore said, and I would say it in my own words, some of us might have our chins high up and not remain humble, but we all come to the same end result. There's going to be a special sitting for every one of us at one day. So I wish that humility that Mr. Bruni was practicing would just spread through with all of us. And with humility, would bring love. With love would bring appreciation and so forth. So let me just say to his family, his close friends, my condolences on behalf of Chambers, Norde and Lambert, Mrs. Abraham Thomas. They have lost a great person. The magistracy has lost a great, brilliant magistrate. We all have lost a very good friend. To his family, death is one of the hardest things that we accept, but it's inevitable, even if it's difficult to accept. So I ask them to remain strong, and with God, everything is possible. May it please you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norde. And the last of the private practitioners I think listed is Miss Privo. Miss Jadani Privo. Miss Privo, are you there?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
May it please my ladyships, I wish to adopt the protocol already established by the court. Good morning to everyone. And I know I'm the last, so I'll try and be short. And I want to thank you for the privilege of getting to pay my respects. First of all, I would like to welcome the family of Mikey who are present with us today and to embrace you all as family, because I myself am half Bruni on my mother's side. And I know Karen very well. It's nice to see you. Mikey was my cousin and by far one of my favorite Brunies of all time. When we lose someone, there are many things which come to mind, but one of the most prevalent thoughts that I had when I heard the devastating news were all the things that I would have liked to say to Mikey if I had a chance to speak to him one last time. And I think what I would have really said is thank you, just a huge thank you. And I think I could say this on behalf of just about every person who ever knew him. During the years that we had him, he had such a profound impact on everybody around him. And in being here at these proceedings today, I realized that I was too young to know him as well as many of you who are present here. And listening to all of you made me realize how many incredible things about him that I just wasn't aware of. And I'm so happy to learn those things and so happy to hear all the nicknames and so on. I was screaming, laughing at some of the things that were said. I have always heard stories about Mikey from when he was young, how independent he was, how charming he was, his radio presence, and how he at first wanted to be an analytical journalist, but ended up studying law instead. However, I don't think that the spirit of the witty artist ever left Mikey because he carried it with him into the legal profession and in everything that he did. In practice, I found that he used his heart, his street smarts, and his understanding of human nature as much as he relied on his legal knowledge. I remember that one of my first ever appearances at Magistrate's Court was before Mikey, just a few months after I had been called to the bar. I had an almost impossible case. I remember turning to my client and saying, I'm not making any promises, but let's hope for the best because you are in a lot of trouble. Another magistrate was actually supposed to be on the bench that day, and due to illness, Mikey was sitting on that day instead. And I remember that I was so nervous that my hands were shaking. And I stood in front of him and I thought to myself, how am I going to win this for my client? And Mikey went over the facts and extracted various elements of the case. And he soon realized that applying a strict interpretation of the law against my client would lead to absurdity, injustice, and unfairness. And he managed to extract various elements and mold with his mind this fresh interpretation of all the laws applying to the case. It was like a needle in a haystack that I swear only Mikey could have found. And that resulted in a positive outcome for all the parties. And before any other magistrate, they would have been fried like plantain. And I remember thinking, this is a different type of justice. Mikey is, he's different. And I looked at him with such awe. And I remember my client being in tears at being blessed with a second chance. And this really changed the way that I viewed the law, not only how it could be interpreted, but quite simply the tools which we could use in delivering justice from the bench by really just relying on the things which made us human. And Mikey taught me that. The confidence which he instilled in me on that day has never truly left me. Just yesterday, I was at the juvenile court and the clerks of the court were reminiscing on how Mikey was a one-man movement for criminal justice reform for juveniles. He always made a point of handling juveniles with forgiveness and care, and he would counsel them like a father and give them, a very positive outlook on their situation and always address them with a sort of a paternal spirit. I remember one day this young man came up for bail and he kept going back and forth, being remanded repeatedly. And one day he came up before Mikey and Mikey said, "Young man, who are you? Where are your parents? What you still doing here? What you still doing in prison?" And after learning some information about the young man, Mikey insisted on standing down the matter and sending officers of the court to go and look for the boy's father, I think it was, who was at work somewhere in the vicinity of Roseau, and bring his father to court so that he could have a surety to stand for his bail. And I think that that day changed that young man's life as well. And that was generally the tone of his work, you know, always forgiveness, second chances, and a touch of morality. Personally, Mikey and I had a very good friendship, especially after I returned home to practice. He always let me know that he was proud of me, and he was proud not to have any foolish people in his family. And he would always tease me whenever he saw me. We soon realized that we shared the same dark sense of humor, and we would make a habit of throwing little insults at each other to compete to see like who could make better jokes and who could insult the other person just a little bit more. And one time I saw him at court and I had lost his number, and I said, you know, can I have your number again? And he said, child, what do you want my number for? You doesn't call me, you doesn't even WhatsApp me. And then he texted me later and said, hello, ha, 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 you know? So it was, you know, these types of things that made Mikey who he was and made everybody feel so profoundly comfortable and at ease around him. Like he was everybody's friend. And he had nicknames for everybody, as everybody has just said. He had some nicknames for me, including cousin. And he was always quick to remind me of our relation and that I could call on him for guidance for anything that I needed. There was never a time when he didn't answer or return my calls. The only time that I could not get him on the phone was actually in the days before he died. And I remember feeling this huge feeling of regret upon learning that he had passed, just because I didn't get a chance to, you know, speak to him one more time before he died. And if I could have spoken to him, I would have said some of the things which were said here today. And I would remind him that he was not only respected and admired, but also truly loved by so many. I would have tried to make him laugh and keep his mind off of his illness, but he shied away from all of that attention and pity. He was so immeasurably strong, and he showed that up until his last days by acting so selflessly and so fearlessly, even when faced with his end. I have the utmost respect and reverence for Mikey and his legacy. He lived and died like a soldier. And if I could talk to him now, I wouldn't say to him, rest in peace, but rather I would say, rest in power, because I think he would really appreciate that. Yes, that is all. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Privo. And as we begin to wind down, I will now call, before that, I would like to express the regrets and apologies of our former magistrate, Ali Gill, who unavoidably could not make it to the hearing this morning. I will now call upon my sister, Justice Winant Adrian Roberts, to address the court. Justice Roberts, please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, my sister. I have listened attentively to all the tributes orated in this honorable court, and I concur with everything that has been said as the truth about the great Michael Emmanuel Bruni. I will therefore not speak of Mikey's personal qualities or his contributions to jurisprudence in Dominica. Nor will I speak of his contribution to the OECS Bar or OKBA, as the case may be. I will say, though, that I am deeply saddened that to date, the Legal Profession Act, which Mikey vigorously propounded and advocated for, has not been legislated in Dominica. The enactment of this piece of legislation would, I believe, be a very fitting tribute to him. Now, before I continue, because my tribute is nothing like what I've heard before, because as I said, I'm not going to speak about Mikey as the lawyer. I became acquainted with Mikey in my early teenage years. Mikey was a household name and not only within the walls of the Adrian's residence, but numerous other homes in Point Michelle. Mikey was embraced by that community. He was one of us. Mikey was part of Ngoma dance troupe. For those who are listening who knows of the Ngoma dance troupe, Mikey was very close to a particular member of that dance troupe for years up until today. And I think Mikey forged some very close relationships with the persons within the community of Point Michelle. He was like a brother and a very close friend. Now, before I continue, I would like to share first with the whoever is still on Zoom, the last appearance of Mikey at court. He appeared before me. And I truly appreciate that his last appearance was before me in the High Court. And I have a small video clipping of that, which I've asked the bailiff and the person at the controls to play for all those who are present. Mr. Frampton? Mr. Frampton?
1 second.
And may I be excused?
Yes, Counsel. Have a nice day.
My lady, and all other comments on the broadcast.
Excuse me?
I said have a nice day, and I extend my greetings to all other comments on the webcast. I know there's a webcast, a Zoomcast, or whatever it is.
A Zoomcast is the way of the future, Mr. Bruni.
I realize that, and believe you me, I'm planning my office to operate. I'm what do you call it, remotely forever.
Yes. Forever. We don't have a choice. I mean, we saw it in movies. We saw what happened in all the futuristic movies, and we did not take heed.
Yes.
But I think they saw things that we did not.
Well, the Lord prepared us for that by giving us the technology.
Yeah. So we have to use it.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Yes, so that was my last of Mikey. And Mikey, in that small clip, said that he was going to operate his chambers remotely. Now, every time I think of that, every time I hear that, I'm not even sure. It just brings to sharp focus how much we have to think of the afterlife, how much we have to think of that our presence here is very short-lived. And we never know, as Mr. Commodore says, when it is going to happen. We only know that it will happen. I had a very close relationship with Mikey. As I said, I knew Mikey from the time I was a teenager, growing up in Point Michelle. Mikey actually lived for some time in a house belonging to my parents. That's where my mom lives now. And because of that, he became very close to us. Mikey would come home and say, why don't what you doing? Let's go. I would never ask where. I would just follow Mikey. So I knew, like many other persons, most of what we call the cabarets on the West Coast. I met with people whom I never knew and I never saw again. But one thing I admired about Mikey is that no matter what village we entered, Mikey was embraced by everyone. Mikey had a relationship with persons. He was not one to just say hello and move on. He would stop and he would talk. He would converse, he would ask about some other person. And there was always something between whoever he was speaking with and himself. I remember when I worked at the bank, Mike used to be at DBS radio sometimes. If I worked late, I would just walk up from the bank, go to DBS and just sit and wait for Mikey to take me up to Point Michelle. That was the norm and that was pretty natural between the two of us. I started doing law. Mikey was my challenge teacher. And again, we were very close. I would call Mikey, I say, Mikey, I'm not coming this afternoon. He said, why are you not coming this afternoon? Why not? You better find yourself there. I said, okay, I'm coming. But for some reason, after years, Mikey and I seem to have grown apart. But right now I sit and I'm a little happy that I saw him when he was at the hospital and we had a very nice conversation. It was like old time. It was like nothing had happened. There was no distance and there was no appreciable, distance between us, that our relationship had for some reason come back to what it was. And every time I think of that, I am so happy that I went to see him. I'm so happy that I was able at that point in time to connect back with him. Because Mikey I truly loved Mikey as a friend and as a brother. I am very saddened by his death. It is actually painful because I wish I could have spent some more time post that visit to be able to connect with him even on a more deeper scale. So to his family and to his sons, his siblings, who are my dear friends, Georgie is like my brother. In Jamaica, I practically lived at his home. He embraced me and I love him too. Shirls, Baba, to show you how confident I was that when Alex was at school in Harvard and she was having problems with physics, that I was able to call Baba to give her classes online to assist her. Rollins, Baba, no, not Baba, Dave, sorry, Baba, Paula, all the family, I condole with you. And I also express condolences from my family, especially my mother, who knew Mikey very well. And I will always hold you in my prayers. I will pray that God will give you strength and comfort you during this time of your grief. Thank you.
I have been asked and directed by our learned Chief Justice to read the following tribute. It is with great sadness that I pen this message on the passing of Mr. Michael Bruni. Due to pressing judicial commitments, regrettably, I am unable to deliver these remarks in person. However, it would be remiss of me not to join with so many to pay homage to one of our very own. Mr. Bruni served the legal profession in several capacities, including as Registrar General and Provost Marshal, Magistrate, and a legal practitioner. No matter the capacity or the hat he wore, Mr. Bruni was exemplary in the way that he conducted himself, not only before the court, but at all times. Those who have had the pleasure of knowing him would agree that he was a man of humble spirit and patient disposition. His principled demeanor made him a judicious, respectful, thoughtful, and overall sincere person. Mr. Bruni always stood ready to deal with matters affecting the legal profession and take whatever action was necessary. As such, he has served as president of the Dominica Bar Association for 9 consecutive years, from 2000 to 2009. Anyone who knows the enormous responsibility of such a role would concur that it would take someone with passion and drive to want to give of him or herself for such an extended period. He was also an ardent supporter of the OECS Bar. He served as treasurer for 4 years, from 2002 until 2006. Even outside of his tenure, he championed the cause for the judges of our court, ensuring that when we could not speak for ourselves, we had a voice. His stellar contribution to the Bar Association is an example to us all about giving of our time unselfishly for the advancement of the profession and by extension our fellow men. I encourage the Dominica Bar Association and the OECS Bar Association to keep the flame burning. So many pioneers of these associations have paved the way for greatness, Michael Bruni being one of them. Many of them now have passed on, but those of you who remain can ensure that their work is not in vain, but rather will continue to grow from strength to strength. John Steinbeck said, and I quote, "It's so much darker when a light goes out than when it would have been if it never had shone," unquote. The region has indeed lost the light of a good soul whose contribution to our legal profession and our society as a whole will long be remembered. On my own behalf, on behalf of my brother and sister judges on the Court of Appeal and the High Court, masters, and the management and staff of the court headquarters, I extend sincere condolences to Mr. Bruni's family and close friends. We know that death's sting, like a dagger, can cause an unbearable hurt for those who remain. We exhort you, however, to find the comfort in God's promise that there will come a day when we will be united with our loved ones once again. So I encourage you to hold on to this hope along with the cherished memories of your loved one. May his soul rest in peace and the joy of the Lord. Dame Janice M. Pereira, DBE, LLD, Chief Justice. I also received a tribute from the Right Honorable Sir Dennis Byron, who said he was shocked when I personally informed him of Mikey's passing. In memory of Michael Bruni, I was both grateful to Her Ladyship, the Honorable Justice Bernie Stevenson, for passing on the sad news that Michael Bruni has passed away. I confess that it was not only sad, but it came as a real shock to me. In just a few minutes, my mind and my heart were filled with memories of this nice man who had made an impact on my life in many ways. I recall meeting him in the 1990s when he was Registrar of the Supreme Court of Dominica. At that time, when I was transitioning from becoming a member of the Court of Appeal to becoming Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. I soon came to think of him as being just excellent. He was knowledgeable, reliable, and very supportive. He was always available to serve, willing to share his knowledge and experience with others. And he had a kind and gentle spirit that cared for people around him. He became a key member of our Justice Reform Program teams and contributed to the 2000 Rules of Civil Procedure. Through all of this, he became a dear friend, a dear and trusted friend, and we shared many beautiful memories. Fast forward to Dominica's accession to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Michael went out of his way to take care of and entertain the delegation from our court, showing off Dominica and making us all very happy. Shortly after that, when the CCJ was invited to support the delay reduction programs and the introduction of case management in the Belize Court of Appeal, it was Michael who we leaned on as our lead expert for the project. As we mourn his passing, I remember him as a thoughtful and caring human being, interested in serving his community and the wider region. I thought that he epitomized many of the qualities that one would like to see in an attorney, one whose career concentrated to such a large extent on doing public service. I am sure that he will be missed. I sympathize with the Bar Association and the legal profession of Dominica on the loss of our beloved colleague. To his son, Caron, following his footsteps at the bar, and to his extended family, I extend my sincere condolences and pray that God gives you the grace and strength to cope with your grief and loss. You should be aided by the wonderful memories he left, which should be encouraged, which should encourage you to celebrate his life. I pray for him, and may his soul rest in peace. I've also been asked by our classmates, Michael, myself, Acting Justice of Appeal Margaret Price Findlay, and Justice Brian Cottrell. We were all class of 1985 that graduated with the LLB from Cave Hill campus. Justice Price Findlay, Acting Justice of Appeal, said this: I met Mikey Bruni at UE in 1982. We were entering first year law together. Mikey was someone that you could not help but be drawn to his personality. He has learned much from his dad. I'm reading the message from Justice of Appeal, Acting Margaret Price Findlay. We were all classmates at UE in 1985. We all graduated. We were all class of 1985, along with learned Justice Brian Cottrell. She said she met with Mikey in 1982, where we first entered law together. Mikey was someone that you could not help but be drawn to. His personality. Mikey was infectious. He had an infectious laughter and a wicked sense of humor. He was someone you could approach for advice. He was always up for a good time. He was kind, thoughtful, and never seemed to take himself too seriously. As someone said to me last week, Mikey was a nice person. He was an excellent advocate and had a love for the law and the legal profession. While we did not keep in constant contact, we remained friends, and I last saw him in 2016 when I came to Dominica for the opening of the law year. He insisted that we go out that evening. We talked, we laughed, and we reminisced about our UE days. It was a good evening. Are you all hearing me? I have had the privilege of having his son Keron appear before me, and I can tell that he has learned much from his dad, not only about life, but also about the law. I know that Mikey was in St. Lucia for Keron's wedding in February. I would not have believed that I would be writing these words about Mikey just 4 months later, as he looked in good nick, whispering and apparently giving fatherly advice to the newly minted husband. Mikey, your sudden passing has come as a shock, and my friend, you will be missed, not just in your native land of Dominica, but throughout the Caribbean. You have touched the lives of many, and your memory will always live on. Your body has left us. May your soul rest in eternal peace. Condolences to his children and his siblings and his family. As I said, I knew Mikey. Are you all hearing me?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I keep hearing that my internet has dropped. I met Mikey in 1985 as students, which would easily mean, if I do the math, you don't do the math, that I've known him for more than half of my life, as I was once a teenager in the faculty. Also in that class, which I have forgot to mention, was Mr. Jean Pestena of blessed memory and Mr. Julian Johnson. I have received many messages from persons who are hurt by Mikey's passing. Just to name a few. Miss Jizzy McGuire Pinard, Mrs. Jizzy McGuire Pinard of Council, as she's now called to the Bar of New York. She said, and her words, I'm going to quote her words. She said, I loved him. He was my mentor. And I will miss him. From my personal colleagues, Courtney Abel and Patrick Patterson. Those of you who would remember, Mr. Patrick Patterson once acted as DPP here, I believe. They were my last partners in chambers. And our associate, Miss Estella Fountain, who is Dominican. She said, my Mikey was my boy. Sympathy to the family from them all. Miss Naveen Fleming, she burst into tears when I told her of Mr. Mikey's death. And there's so many others. Mr. Francis Later, Deputy Court Administrator and Dominican, when I told him that Mikey was sick, if he could have made it to Dominica, he was going to come. He regretted not being able to see Mikey before he passed. And he certainly regretted not being able to attend his funeral. Even my sister, Miss Anne-Marie Smith, Justice Anne-Marie Smith, who sits in Antigua, she was at Kevin at the same time. She remembers me. And the mother of his son, Karen, she is my sister at the bar. She also is hurt. We have lost a pillar, another pillar of our judiciary. Kevin was one pillar and Mikey was the other pillar. There were two people who can be sensible and who could throw oil on troubled waters, who can properly support the court and their colleagues. Today, I call on members of the bar to step up to those empty spaces left by Kevin and Mikey. The last time Mikey appeared before me was on the 23rd of May. Michael was not supposed to die. Michael was not supposed to leave us. He was our comrade. I would like to say to you today that I think we have made a record. There are over 200 persons taking part in this special sitting today electronically, because we are both on Zoom and on YouTube. And I promise you, members of the bar, this is the very last time I am going to say this in Dominica. Death must not find us thinking that we die. Too soon, too soon. Our banner draped for you. I would prefer the banner in the wind, not bound so tightly in a scarlet fold, not sudden, with your people's tears, but flashing on the pole we bear aloft, down and beyond this dark, dark lane of rags. Dear comrade, if it must be, and we called Michael comrade. Very often I had to hold myself back from calling him comrade from the bench. Dear comrade, it must be. You speak no more with us. No more smiles. No more smiles for me. Then let me take a patience and a calm. For even now the green leaf explodes, sun brightens stones, and all the ribbons burn. Now from the morning vanguard moving on. Dear comrade, I salute you. And I say, death will not find us thinking that you are dead. You are absent from your body, but you are present with the Lord. I have been told by his first cousin, Pastor Peter Augustine, that he led Mikey to the Lord before Mikey died. So I am confident that Mikey is with the Lord. And that was an adaptation of a poem from Guyanese Martin Carter. I'm going to ask that we all bow our heads for a minute's silence in respect of our fallen comrade, our fallen brother, our fallen father. Karen, your friends in Nevis, I know Sandra herself is looking on, and others, they all weep with you. Can we all observe a moment of silence for Mikey, for comrade, for Mikey Bruni? Thank you, everybody. Mr. Frampton, bailiff, I am going to ask that an audio copy of today's proceedings be burnt onto a couple of CDs so that they could be handed to his son Caron, so that the brothers and sisters who are not in Dominica can all have copies of all the wonderful tributes that have been paid to Mikey. Comrade, may you rest in peace. Can you close the court?
This honorable court stands adjourned, sine die. By command of this court, God save the Commonwealth of Dominica and this honorable court.